Hello everybody and welcome back to Farm Sim 25 and welcome back to Ataloss Farm on Riverbend Springs. My name is Spartan Elite 43 and tonight our goal is simple. It's time to sell our soybeans from last year, and we will be getting into our final soybean harvest this year before we pivot away from soybeans forever. So, let's get this party started, shall we? Oh, look, we're in our house. Isn't that cute? Now, if only I could spawn upstairs. But looking mighty fine down there in June, isn't it? Isn't it, folks? Now, what you don't know is I went ahead and hit the other thing of fertilizer on the field, so you guys don't have to worry about waiting for that to be done. It's already done. All the fertilizing has been done. We are good to go. Now, we do have a lot of soybeans to sell. So let's get that party started. Lord Vader, Jacob, Aaron, Reed, D. Spurge, Ender, Capri, One Horse. Good to see you guys. Appreciate you guys all dropping in. Thank you guys so much. We are going to be putting ourselves through the ringer. But first things first, let's go feed Daisy. Daisy, you goofy dog, you better be up here. Or nearby anyway. Here, Daisy. Where you at, girl? Wait, did she just sneak up behind me? I heard her munching away. Good dog. Good girl. Who's a good girl? She's such a good girl. All right. But yeah, so let's get down here and get ready to transport all of our soybeans. We got a lot of soybeans to transport today, so I'm pretty excited there. Also, I went ahead and saved you guys the hassle of watching me load up all this stuff too. We got all this stuff loaded up and ready to go. Look at all this wood to transport here. We got a good chunk of money to be looking forward to today. So, yeah, let's take this stuff to the playground first and foremost, because obviously we can get that going. But, yeah, welcome, everybody. Hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving. And for those of you outside the U.S., I hope you guys had a great evening. But, yeah, I tried to do as much off screen to kind of get us ready for today's episode, so that you guys didn't have to sit and watch the same things that we've been doing basically every episode. Now, there will be a little bit of, oh God, Lord have mercy, I forgot they updated the steering and I hate it. I hate it. So the steering is now apparently speed dependent, which is absurdly stupid. I think we can all agree. This is farming simulators, not Forza, okay? We don't need speed dependent steer. Oh my God! Nick coming and dropping a $50 bomb right out the gate. He says, go the ads. I agree. Good Lord, man. You didn't even give me a chance to get started. Thank you so much. All right, no more ads. Right out the gate. Thank you so much, man. Get some goats in the chat. What up, Cheston? Hanzo, good to see you. Commander Psycho, good to see you as well. Holy moly, man. Y'all are crazy. Like, right out the gate, didn't even give me a chance to get started. Just straight up hitting me with nukes. Dropping nukes on me. But yeah, we're going to head over to the playground and sell off our wood. And, yeah, make a ton of money off of it. And then we're going to get back across the map and pick up our soybeans. And hope to God that they're selling for the highest price at the farmer's market right behind us. But my luck, it'll be somewhere else. What up, Average? How's it going? Good to see you. Fernando Alonso. Yeah, you're not wrong. Got to start it off right, and you absolutely destroyed me right out the gate. You guys trying to break me already. Like, I'm just in the middle of, like, explaining what we're about to get going today, and y'all are hitting me with nukes. Crazy. But thank you guys so much, man. You guys are always so incredibly generous, and I appreciate every one of you. Like, good Lord, man. Always hitting me with the nukes. But, yeah, let's head over here. Sell off this wood. How much you guys think we're going to get out of this? We've got 5 pallets of beams, so that's, I mean, that's like 30K right there. And then we got 6 pallets of long planks, which is like another 30K. So this should be like 60K, maybe more. Should be like $60,000, maybe more on this trailer right now. That is not too shabby. And then we're going to have all of our soybeans to go on top of that. It'll be the perfect little transitionary period for us as we get into cotton. But obviously we will have one more harvest that we already had planted of soybeans. But we will be getting into cotton today. That will be a thing. Daniel, good to see you. RC Mark, good to see you. Broken Mouse, good to see you. Appreciate everybody hopping in. Don't forget, guys, if you do enjoy what I do, punch that like button. Helps the channel out a ton as well. But yeah, like y'all are crushing it, man. I cannot thank you guys enough for all the support you guys have shown me on this Farm Sim series. I appreciate you guys. I really do. Like, you guys don't understand how much it means to me to be able to do another series and be able to, you know, get views on it. Like, you guys don't understand. Like, I don't say the view thing for all the thing. Like, literally, without you guys hitting that like button and doing what you're doing with the watch time and stuff, like, it would not do me any good to do this game, right? But you guys are making it possible. $55,954. Let's go. Okay, I maybe overestimated what we were going to get, but I was close. I was close. What up, Kushti? How's it going? All right, well, that's $55,000 more than we had a minute ago, so let's go. Dude, I hate the steering now. I hate it. I even turned the steering all the way up. Like, I am fairly confident my steering is all the way up right now. Yeah. Camera sensitivity, vehicle arm sensitivity, steering sensitivity is all the way up. Oh, wait, it goes higher? Since when? I can go to 200%? Nice. All right, well, let's try that. Like, good God. But yeah, the change that they made to the steering is kind of annoying. All right, well, that was a good start to the episode. We'll head down to our farm, drop this back off, and start with the transporting of the soybeans. What up, Lucky? Good to see you as well. Appreciate you dropping in. Hope you're doing well. How did your meeting go with your... you had a meeting with the sauces. Also, Kushti, thank you for re-upping for 24 months, my dude. You got the Turpitz B from Common Crate. Nice. I didn't know they dropped from Common Crates, but congrats, man. You sure it wasn't like a Black Friday crate? Because I'm pretty sure that's the only way to get the black ships, unless you buy them outright. But you sure you didn't like open all of your crates and have like a free Black Friday crate from like the campaign or something in there? That'd be my guess. Now my steering's too quick. Now I look like a keyboard warrior over here. If you guys have never seen somebody drive on keyboard and mouse, that's what it feels like right now. There's the ropes place. One day that's going to belong to us, folks. We're going to buy that place. And probably not that far into the future. Because we're going to be switching over to cotton. And we're going to make a boatload of money. I can't wait. What up, Tuna? Good to see you. Spoken, good to see you as well. Yeah, the podcast. Yeah, you had like a podcast. That's what it was. I couldn't remember. I thought you said it was a meeting, but yeah, podcast. Went well? Awesome. Well, I hope it generates a lot of sales for you, my dude. Did I buy a joint? What the heck is a joiner? Isn't a joiner like a piece of woodworking equipment? Maybe I'm wrong. Like, when I think of joiner, like, am I crazy for thinking that? Oh, there goes that sign. Am I crazy for thinking oh God, a joiner is like a piece of equipment that you use to make like oh, the little slots in the side of the like pieces of board that you're putting together for like chairs and tables and whatnot? A John Deere. Oh, you're using text to... Tell me you're using text to speech without... Or speech to text without telling me you're using speech to text. What up, 50? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. So good to see everybody. I hope you guys are having a great day, man. Hope you're having a great start to your weekends. We got a load of traffic behind us. They're going to go past me now like crazy people. And I need to make a left-hand turn, and they're going to get alongside and slam on their brakes like maniacs. The traffic in this game is crazy. Like, they legitimately are crazy. It's realistic in that sense, because people are crazy. All right. Let's get over here and drop this trailer off. Now, again, like, the flickering should start to go away a little bit after... Good God, stop trying to pass me! Crazy people. But the flickering should start to die off as we get used to, like, driving around the map. They did somewhat adjust some of that. I don't know how much, but they have apparently done some of that. So... it's just one of those things where, like, as you do more on the map, like, it takes a minute for the cache to build up or whatever. But, the flickering should get a little bit better. Alright, here we go. Hook her up, baby. And fill it. We got all the soybeans in the world. 65,000 liters of soybeans to fill this thing up with. That's almost 3 trips. That's two trips, and, well, it is 3 trips, but it's almost 3 full trailers. Well, not really. It's 2 full trailers and a partial trailer. Alright, who is buying... Wait, is there anything in here? There is, but nothing that I need. Okay. What do I need the prices. Prices! The prices of soybeans, please. There's my soybeans. Who is buying them for the most? 21, 42, 67. Looks like 21.67 is the winner, and that is the train. Hey, this will be the first time we've used the train on this map. Alright, well, let's head over and find the train, because I don't even know where you go to. Oh, it's not that far away. Perfect! Also, I love how it shows in meters, but everything I'm doing is in feet. Kind of like how the thing is in miles per hour, and yet the cruise control, for whatever reason, was in kilometers per hour. But they seem to have fixed that. They seem to have fixed that, at least. But yeah, we're going to head down here, go deliver to our Goldcrest Valley. Should be turning here. Jesus! See, this is why turning is so important in this game, and why they goofed it up. Now that I have the steering all the way up, it's going to take me a little bit of time to get used to doing the steering again. So, is this going to the grain barge terminal? It said Goldcrest Valley, so I would assume that's a train. I am confuzzled. Okay, here's the train. So I'm assuming... okay, so the train yard must be right here then. Ah, got it. So I guess we go past this and go in there? Okay. Alright. So... is there a place that I drop off that's going to allow it to go into the thing? Because I don't want to sell it right away. I want to... sell it to Goldcrest Valley. I don't want to sell it to this. Like, it's got to go in there, right? Like, hold the phone. I don't want to screw this up. Like, it's got to go in that little spot, right? Am I crazy? Because there's no place up here to put it, right? There's no place like home for the holidays. No matter how far away I roam. Yeah, so this is definitely just showing Goldcrest Valley as a place to go. Okay, so it's got to be there is the sell point, right? Has to be. Because this is where you would load the train, obviously. Right? It pulls it from those silos over here and dumps it in the train. Hardcore parkour. Got it. Alright, well. It's the only way I can figure to do it, so we might as well go ahead and try it and see if I get charged right away or how this works. Also, this looks like a lime thing here. So that's something to consider in the future. Not that we need that anymore. Alright, I guess we just dump it in here and see what happens. Okay, so it does just give it to me right away. Alright, that's $59,549. And divide by 28. That is $2,126.75. That is not the right price. That is not the price I was looking for. This is clearly not where we're supposed to go. Because I just paid $21.26, which is this one. This is the grain barge terminal 1. Okay, so we have made mistakes with our money. Okay, well, that's unfortunate, but at least we figured that out now. Where are we supposed to load this onto a train then? I am seriously confused. Like, how do you... Like, it clearly loads into these silos and goes up. Like, I don't know what they want from me. Is there another place on the map that gives us, like, God, I'm so not used to this. Okay, so obviously this is the train. Rent the train is there. What is this, then? This is the grain mill. Well, we don't want to sell it there either. Dude, I am so confused as to where I'm supposed to store. And you can rent the train there as well. And what is this? This looks like potential storage. Grain West Silo. That's where you're supposed to go. I guarantee it. It's gotta be. That's the place. Alright, tag the place. Alright, so that's a little bit further away, but that's got to be it. You live and learn. We lost a little bit of money that we could have made on that first one, but again, it is a learning experience. We got to figure out where we got to buy or put everything. But yeah, if it's that silo on the other side, then that makes sense. Do, do, do. Oh, God. Oh! Driving with one hand. Distracted driving. What up, Jared? How's it going? If you swath your crop, it adds 20%. Interesting. Well, we're not going to be doing anything that's swathable from here on out. Like, everything that we do from here on out is going to be cotton. So, yeah. I mean, technically, the next harvest would be something, it was soybeans. I would assume you could swath soybeans. Alright. Fill her up. So this will be leaving about what 8 to 9,000 liters in the silo for me. I think it was like 37,000 liters, so we got 28 of it, so it should be like 8 or 9,000 liters left. Now we could take the ferry across, but I think I'd just drive. It's a little bit quicker. You can always tell where I've been on the map recently because all the signs are gone. What up, CT? How's it going? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate you dropping in. Yeah, so what's currently in the field, the fields are currently planted with soybeans, but after this next harvest, everything will be cotton from here on out, at least for the foreseeable future. That is our game plan for making our millions and millions. Yeah. That's the goal anyway. Now, where do we go once we get over here? Looks like it's going to be past the warehouse. And then we make a right. So we want to go over here. Go over here. And then go down here. And then this is our silos for storing to sell on train. Right? Looks right. How am I supposed to get in there, though? Okay, looks like I just turn in here. Okay, little sketchy being this close to the train tracks, but ain't nothing that we ain't done before. Alright, so we go in here. In theory, we put it in here. We should not make money off of this. It should go into the silo if things are doing what I want them to. There we go. We found it, chat. We figured it out. We now know how to throw things onto the train. Good God. One way or another, we will figure this stuff out, won't we? But that's the beauty of starting a new playthrough on, like, a new game. Like, we don't know what we're doing. We have to figure it out the old-fashioned way. I like that. I like that part of it, you know? You make mistakes. You're not always going to be 100% efficient. You gotta make mistakes, learn from your mistakes, figure out where everything's at on your own. I like it. If you guys remember back to a couple of episodes ago, we couldn't even find a freaking place to upgrade our equipment. But look at us now. Look at us now, guys. Also, Train. Hi, Train. Train heard I was being very close to the train tracks, and it's like, I gotta come over and ruin everything. Alright, so we're going to put this into the silo. And the best part is not even that far away. So, like, we should be able to drop this off and then rent the train. And then the other best part is the grain silos are far enough away from the border that we actually get to drive the train. Remember in 22, the Elm Creek map, the silos and the train were right at the Goldcrest Valley place. So you literally rent the train, drive 3 feet forward, and you're off the map. What's the point of being able to load it on a train at that point? Other than just making more money. And also, Goldcrest Valley isn't always the highest amount of money either. So that discourages people from always just storing everything in the silos to sell on the train. You actually have to, like, hold it at your place and figure out where you're going to get the most money. Also, hit the right button. Yeah, 9,800 liters. So we did end up losing a little bit of money on this from what we could have had, but it's still a good harvest. I mean, this is going to be a decent chunk of money. But we'll take this back over there, drop it off, and we will be good to go. You can already see that there's a little bit less flickering. Still a little bit, but the longer that we play today, that flickering should get better. Hopefully. God, I feel like I'm playing on keyboard and mouse because of how jerky all my movements are. What up, the real Hendrix? Good to see you. Liverpool, how's it going? Appreciate you dropping in as well. Good to see everybody tonight. Don't forget to slap that like button for me. Doop doop doopy doop 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 doop. I feel like we're in actually a pretty good location because we kind of have a lot of the things right around us that's not that far away. Most of the places that we have to go and sell things aren't that far away. Now we could cheese it and go right down through there, but we're gonna do it right. We're gonna drive the roads the way it's meant to be. Driving the roads. Hey! School bus! Stop at the stop sign! As I knock the stop sign down. Don't do as I say, not as I do. That's what Mom used to tell me. Yo, Thor coming in with a $20 bomb, too, with the 20 gifted. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to the stream, Thor, and good God, man. Y'all are crazy. All right, it's official. We have gotten all of our soybeans put in the silo that we didn't accidentally sell to the wrong place. Now, we need to rent the train, which we apparently can... okay, that's the trigger. Where's the train? I think it's all the way down here. Oh, there it is. There it is. We found it. Give me the train, please. 3.7 kilometers away. That is a long ways away. What up, U812? Appreciate you dropping in. Also, moving sucks. Absolutely. Ain't nobody likes moving. Nobody. You might like it once you're moved in at the new place, but nobody likes the act of moving. It sucks. You don't realize how much junk you have until you need to move. You don't realize. You feel like the biggest hoarder in the world when you have to move. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. I am not what I would consider a hoarder. I try to keep my house relatively clean, but boy, oh God, you don't realize how much crap you accumulate in a location when you've been there long enough. You just accumulate a bunch of crap. And then you go to move and you're like, why do I have all this? What up, Dewan? Good to see you as well. What up, Drew? International Harvester. Where is this train? Hello? It's now 10.5 kilometers away. How did it get further away? Good God. Train had to go all the way around the world. Let's go in third person while we wait for the train. Just stand here staring longingly into my tired eyes. Can you believe it? Can you? The lighting sucks here. Maybe turn this way. There we go. Now we can see my face. I don't look like Batman anymore. If I turn this way, I kind of look like Batman. I'm Batman. Oh, come on. It's still so far away. Why does the train take so long? Good Lord. I'm so impatient. I want my money. It's my money and I need it now. All right, Hanzo, appreciate you, man. Have a good night at work. Be careful. I have too many tacos. There is no such thing. You stop with your Hey, they got here. Wow, that was a quick 9.5 kilometers away. I have too many tacos. There is no such thing. You can't say that. Also, first time checking out the new train. Let's go. Can I not drive the train? Do we not drive the train anymore? Oh, there we go. All right. You know the deal. We got to hear it. Sounds exactly the same. not bad, but it's not great. All right, start filling with my soybeans. This big old train just drove all the way around the world to pick up 37,000 liters of soybeans. And it's already full. Yep, that's the sadness, isn't it? There we go. Shut the lid. Don't want any of my soybeans to escape now. Also, Jess, welcome. Adam, good to see you as well. Oh, God. Wrong button. We can see inside! Wow, look at us go. All right, we're going forward. Holy mother of God, this train moves fast. I hope I can't derail it, because I'm going to give her the beans. This is one way to see the map relatively quickly. We're coming through the station. Be careful, fellas. Can't see nothing inside the cab, though. Definitely not obeying the speed limit here. Yep. $82,000. Let's go. We're over $200,000 in the bank, everybody. Look at us go. Not too shabby. And the next harvest is going to be even better than that. Right? And then on top of that, from here on out, we're going to have all the soybeans. YouTube is not receiving enough. Oh, don't tell me we're having issues with the connection tonight. I can't bear to have issues with the connection tonight. I will lose it. Just double check. It did drop a few frames, but I think it's chilled out. I think it was a momentary thing. Hopefully it won't have any more issues. But welcome everyone. Casual, good to see you. Reed, Jess, good to see you. Jacob. Hope everybody's having a great time. Welcome to Railroads Online, right? What do you guys think about that coming to console, finally? Oh my God, Bus. What is wrong with you people? I mean, technically that was probably my fault, but God, that wasn't. That was not my fault. That guy just straight up didn't stop. He's like, yeah, I'm going. Good luck. The traffic in this game is crazy. All right, we got $200,000 in the bank, chat. $200,000. I think we're doing okay. Now, we are going to have to harvest our soybeans. Okay, but hear me out. This harvester that we have is going to get sold right now because it did us really well. Like, it did. But when we go to harvest our soybeans, we're just going to rent a harvester and the header for it and be done, because it doesn't really do us any good to not do that, you know what I mean? At this point, we're only going to use it for one harvest, so it doesn't really do us any good to like go all out on that. But let's run over here, check out, make sure we got plenty of wood in our little sawmill over here, make sure everything's running. Should be, but just want to double check. Actually, we're getting kind of low, so we might have to fill that up next month. Other than that, this harvester, we'll go ahead and jump in the harvester. Take this harvester down to the sell point, sell it off. We already sold the header, I believe, which is why it's just sitting over here. We sold the header when we went to use the gigantic header last time that we harvested. We also have that tree planter sitting there that we could probably sell off, since trees still haven't been fixed, and I don't feel like finding out the hard way that they disappear again. Still have trust issues after my 40 trees got up and walked away. Well, welcome everybody. Appreciate you guys all dropping in. I feel like we've done pretty well for ourselves to start out this series. Yes, I know we got a lot of loan that we got to pay off. We will get that paid off, especially once we get everything sorted with the whole cotton setup. We want to make sure that everything is good to go for the cotton, right? Like, I feel like we're going to be just fine. Yeah, I mean, they did technically, quote unquote, improve traffic this time by allowing traffic to pass you now instead of just sitting behind you honking. But that leads to other problems too. And they sped up traffic, making traffic crazier. like it's a thing. But this old Massey Ferguson has done us really well. We can't complain. She's done a good job for us. We're going to go over here. We're going to repair, repaint, and sell it. Get as much out of it as we can. We will make a little bit of money, but it's not going to be much. And then, if we get 40K out of this, I'd be surprised. I'm hoping we get more than that, but I forget how much the value drops. I want to say it's 60% that it drops, so I think this was $106,000 brand new. So we're probably going to get like maybe 40 grand out of this thing, selling it. But we don't need it anymore. We will be going to cotton, and the next harvest that we use, this wouldn't do us any good anyway because we're going to be using the bigger header, and we don't want to go through that trouble of using the big header on this thing again because that was it worked, but it was a lot more hassle than it needed to be. So there we go. Time to sell off our Massey Ferguson. So we are going to repair it, repaint it, and sell it. 61 actually is not bad. I thought we weren't going to get that, but apparently it only degraded about 40%. That's acceptable. I'll take that. That's not bad. So that gets us to $241,000 total. Very nice. Very nice. Now, we don't have anything else we need right off the top of our head. We are simply waiting for our crops. Let's go out here into the field and just kind of check on our field a little bit, make sure everything's good. Yield bonus is going to look pretty good. We're at a 90% yield bonus, so very nice. And it is 100% fertilized. That should jump up to 95%, I believe, after this month, because we did go ahead and fertilize it. So that should be good from here on out. So yeah, let's head up to our house. We get to chill. We don't have to do anything. Beautiful. I love when I don't have to do anything. It's my favorite part of Farm Sim. Just kind of go up here and make some money, or spend some money. Should be making money, but I think we make more than we spend currently because of our solar panel. Is there anything? No, we already checked that. Okay. Well, in that case, let's wake up at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. And by tomorrow morning, I mean a month from now. What up, Gregory? How's it going? Good evening. Appreciate you dropping in as well. Yeah, but a 5-meter header is only 1 meter less than the 6-meter header on the base game one. So if you're able to get a cheaper version of a harvester and it's only a 1 meter working with less, like, that's not a bad deal at all. All right, it is officially July. We harvest in October, but I do want to check in here and see if there's anything for sale for the next couple of months. And it doesn't look like that's going to be the case, but I just want to double check. We will have to go down, though, and put our winch on and get us a tree. Now, I don't remember if we already have one cut up. I think we do. I think we took the trunk from a tree, so now we should have a tree, like, limb over here to bring over. We'll see. We shall see. It turned. Dagnabbit. Don't be turning on me now. There we go. Perfect. Oh. Yeah, I think we started to pull on the limbs the last time and they were like stuck on everything. Let's see if that's the case. Where are you at? How much you weigh? You probably weigh too much. Ah, yeah. We pulled the trunk out. We didn't cut the thing. So we want to turn this way? No, we want to turn it this way. There we go. We want to cut her right through there. Just split these and get crushed by them. And that should be perfect, because one side will be like 4 and the other side will be 5. It'll be perfect. Right? Is that right? 6.3 is perfect. 3 is perfect. Beautiful. Alright. Now let's try to drag these suckers out of here, shall we? Let's go hook this up. I can't see. There we go. Perfect. Now, drag it out of the weeds. It's not going to drag it out, is it? I would say I'm surprised, but I'm not. There's always these little tiny bushes that become problems. It's always the little bushes. They're the devil. These things, right here. They're the devil. They are the devil. Plain and simple. They literally cannot be moved. They are an immovable object. And doesn't matter what you're using, how much force or horsepower or weight you have, these little trees will stop you dead in your tracks. Every time. Are we done? You good? Can I now pull you out? No, because now it's stuck on the other little tree, isn't it? Watch, this tree will be on the next property, so it won't let me cut it down. Be my luck. Okay. It's technically part of my property. Good. Son of a biscuit! I knew it! I knew it was too good to be true! I knew it! Golly, man. I was like, oh, it's gonna let me... Nope. It was the biggest debate you ever seen. I got totally debated. Totally debated right there. It's like, oh yeah, that's totally fine. You got this. Little turd waffle. Why does it debate me so bad? Alright, let's go around. Try to pull this stuff down. Oh god, don't run into the field. I mean, I got narrow tires. Wouldn't hurt, but still. Let's push. Push that out. Perfect. Now, can I push this one forward? No. It still seems to be caught on the freaking bush. There must be a bush still there that isn't cut. Is the only thing I can figure. Come on. Push! I feel like I'm giving birth. Push! Okay, well, if it's this little freaking bush here... Oh. I see. I see, says the blind man. Mother trucker. Ah, hate. Hate consumes me. It consumes me. I'm going to the dark side. Real soon. Real soon. I'm going to the dark side. The fact that it just like grabs a hold of that tree and just holds it in place is so unbelievably annoying. Alright, let's try this again. Let's use that. Let's try to pull it this way if we can. Away from that bush. Again, shouldn't be able to hurt my freaking thing. See what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that it's a little tiny bush. All that matters is that it can grab this tree and hold it. Like, it just will not let it go. No matter which way I try to go. Like, I can try to go, maybe if I go behind, maybe I can get it to cheese it. Nope, because it's got freaking forks everywhere. It's got more forks than a freaking Golden Corral, for God's sakes. Alright, well, in that case, screw that tree for the time being. We'll end up owning this property at some point. But I guess we'll just hook up to this piece and drag it up for now. Boy, that's annoying. Also, I love that, like, this thing has physics. And I gotta grab a hold of it. This is the smaller section, I believe, so it's not gonna fill this up, I don't think. Pull it into the trigger, maybe? Okay. You won't pull it into the trigger, so I'll push it into the trigger. Or I'll mount it. I don't think I can show that on TV. There we go. That's all it took, that little tiny bit. Alright, what was that? 4,600 liters. I mean, while we're here, we might as well try to get another tree. Got this tree down here. Hopefully that's still my property. I think it is. Looking perfect to grab a hold of, to be perfectly honest. There is a little tiny tree, though. I already see evil devil trees. That's what I'm going to call these things. These are now officially nicknamed devil trees. That's what these are. I don't know what they're called. I don't really care what they're called. They're devil trees from now on. What up, paramedic? How's it going? Fenrir's in the chat. Good to see you. Any more devil trees? I think there was another one. Yep, right here. Right here, some more devil trees. All these devil trees, man. They're the worst. Oh, look. The grain barge. Alright. Now, can I cut this tree down? It's 19 meters American elm, so we will have to cut it into two chunks. We'll have the trunk and then the top. What up, Zeno? How's it going? No, unfortunately, it's not like that. I wish that that was the case, but no. What it is like, it's a glitch with the freaking physics of the game. So, like, once they hit one of those little... And this one's going to be stuck in the god-forsaken branches of this one, isn't it? Oh, the game is testing my patience today. It is that... It's going to be that today, isn't it? It's going to be that today. Got it. Alright, well, I need to turn this way. And then try to get as high as I can up on the tree. I guess that'll work. I love the look of these trees. I absolutely cannot stand having to process them. Because they get stuck on everything. It's just like this. Now, this one is underneath the weight of that one, so this one will not want to move either. It's a whole thing. But yeah, the physics is what's holding it. It's not that it's like, actually... Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! Chill! Please! Calm down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make fun of you. Lord have mercy. But yeah, so... Unfortunately, that's not the way the bushes work. So the bushes are essentially, like, locked to it. It's almost like they've got a, like... a trigger on them that are, like, it attracts them. Like, it just will not let go. No matter what you do. Alright, that's 8,000 liters. Like, it just will not let them go. Once they're in those bushes, the only way to get them out of those bushes is to cut the bushes. Unfortunately. It's a whole shebang. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Alright, let's see. So this should have to be cut into 2 pieces as well. So, we want to turn this way. Cut something like that. May not be perfect, but as long as it cuts the 2 pieces apart from one another, that's all that matters. Yeah, one of these days we're going to get a forestry mulcher. You're not wrong. One of these days. We're probably not long away from it either, because we will be able to upgrade everything, I would assume, relatively quickly once we start getting cotton. I think the amount of money we're going to make off of the cotton is going to be incredible compared to what we've made up to this point. It's going to make everything that we've made up to this point look like pennies. And soybeans aren't even that bad when it comes to making things, right? Like, soybeans actually are a decent amount of money. But compared to the cotton, like, what we've done up to this point is going to look like pennies. Just casually drag this thing through my field. What could go wrong? Thankfully, trees and other objects that aren't wheels don't generate... Oh my god. There's a stump there. Don't generate... Oh my god! Hello? You want to, like, turn? I see what happened. The tree ended up beside me, so it was stopping me from turning. Come on, you little turd. You're coming with me one way or another. Dead or alive, you're coming with me. Oh, Spartan, you cut it down. It's already dead. Shh. Technicalities. Oh, for the love of... Really? Get in there! Really? Oh, I don't want to go in the trigger. Screw you. You're going in the trigger. It may not. It may be too much for the sawmill to handle at this moment. That's probably what it is. Because it should have sold right there. Oh, dear Lord. Oh, God. Oh, please, no. Oh, please let me out. Let me out! I apologize! Thank you. This is why you don't go in fork first. You always go in blade first. The blade can handle it. Forks get stuck in everything in this game. Everything. You can ram the blade into it and have no trouble whatsoever. But if you ram a fork into it, it's just Armageddon. Armageddon! Alright, that should be out of the road enough the cars don't hit it. That'll be in the trigger, so when it does actually use enough, it can take it. So, what it is, for those of you who don't know, your sawmill can only hold 14,000 liters, right? We already have 8,000 liters in there, because we already put a couple of little pieces in there. So we have 8,139 liters. This piece right here must be more than what it would take to make 14,000 liters. So that's why it won't accept it at this time. Which is good, because that means it's not going to waste wood, right? It's not going to take a tree, max out at 14,000 liters, and waste your tree. So that's good news. But if you ever run into that problem, that's what it is. So, for those of you who don't know. Alright. My tractor needs fuel, does it? Oh, it does. Let's go get fuel before I forget. It totally needs fuel. I don't pay attention to that stuff. I ain't gonna lie. That is definitely a thing. It is flickering, flashing. We need to go get this thing filled up. Let's drive to the fuel station, shall we? One of these days we'll have a fuel thing at our farm, but for now, we gotta drive to the gas station. What up, BA? How's it going? That's why I have you guys here. You guys are the best farm hands on the planet. You guys are able to sit there and tell me everything I'm screwing up. You guys will always tell me exactly what I'm messing up. That's the beauty of it. If it wasn't for you guys, I'd have been out of fuel multiple times by now. You're going to run it, of course, because why would you stop? And then the bus is going to do the same because y'all are all crazy because nobody cares about the freaking traffic laws around here. But then again, neither do I, so I guess it's all even. Now we're going to pay about $300 in fuel. But that's why I got you guys here. You guys can keep me on the straight and narrow. Also, that was $372 in fuel. Good Lord. We were real low. But this thing does have a really small fuel tank compared to the size of the tractor. So that's the thing. Have you considered poplar? I have not considered poplar. I understand that that is a huge money maker because you grind it, you harvest it, it grows back. You don't have to do anything crazy. Like there's no replanting. You can plant it once, be done, and then when you harvest it, you get to grind it into sawdust and be done. But I have not ever done poplar up to this point, no. All right, well, that is this one done. God, it's so nice to have our house done up at the top, isn't it? Like, we don't have to worry about it anymore. We don't have to... Oh, look, Daisy's here. Hi, Daisy. Hey, girl. What are you sniffing? You sniffing a rabbit? Hmm? Good girl. All right, let's go up to the house. Let's go up to the house. Did we check the used market? I think we did, but I'll check it again before we go to sleep because we will be going into August. I think we checked it, but just to make sure. Yep, there's nothing. That is a forage mixer wagon for like TMR and all that stuff. We don't need that. All right. Let's go forward. Yeah, we'll feed Daisy. Don't worry. We'll feed her. All right. First things first, check. Ooh, we got some new stuff. That's an S series. We don't need that. This is a dragger, a skidder, whatever you want to call it. That ain't gonna do us any good. This is the S series. This is the bigger one. That can go up to 420 horsepower. I mean, we don't need it. But that's the bigger version. We have the T series, I think. What is this? This is up to 302 horsepower. I mean, we don't need a tractor right now. We do have two good tractors, so we're good there. What is this? Transport pallets. Oh, okay. So this is like a forklift attachment for a tractor. There's a baler. We don't need that either. All right, well, fair enough. We don't really need any of this stuff. Like, it's always a good thing to look at these tractors, but yeah, we don't need it at the time. Anyway, let's feed Daisy. Don't want to let her go an entire month without eating. Go feed her, and then we'll go forward another month. Because we are basically waiting until October at this point. There you go. There you go, Daisy. All right. Let's get into September, shall we? All right, Fenrir, appreciate you dropping in. You have a good night. Also, what up, Adam? How's it going? After buying one field and all equipment apart from cedar and seeds, was left with 490 euros. Now desperately doing contracts for money. That is the way it goes when you're doing it. Now, are you doing it on hard mode? I've been watching Daggerwin lately with his multiplayer series with Chainsaw. And I love that Daggerwin, don't get me wrong, and I love their multiplayer series together. But to me, like, he's complaining about things being hard. He is on easy economy. He's on easy economy. And I know this because I know the price is on medium because I'm on medium. And he's getting like $10,000 per 1,000 liters of like wood and stuff. It's like, you can't complain about things being difficult. You're on easy mode. I want to hear it, Daggerwin. I see you. But yeah. What was I doing? It's officially September. Let's see. What is in here? This is the 12 meter Fendt harvester. We don't need it, but again, it's there. We have a truck, the Dragon. Listen to that. That's a nice name, but it can only hold up to 7,600 liters. Like, does that have an addition? It has a trailer hitch. So if we, oh, okay, so you can actually change this truck to be like a bale trailer, so flatbed. We've got, ooh, the big extension. All right, what's that hold? Oh, that's 7,600 liters. That's terrible. Why would I want that? Yeah, no thanks. I like the flatbed part of it, but no, that's terrible. That's too small. Too small. Doesn't do me any good. This I'm telling you, this Valtra is calling my name. I mean, what is our current Valtra? If we go into, oh God, I hate that they changed everything. Like, some of the things that they changed in this game drive me crazy. Like the fact that they took away our equipment menu, and now we have to go all the way over here just to go to our vehicles to look at what we got. So we should have a Valtra T-Series. So the T-Series currently has 271 horsepower. Okay. It is 53 months old, and it currently has a value of 80. Dude, we could actually fix this and sell it and end up paying for the other tractor. The bigger tractor. Now, we can upgrade this. It starts with more horsepower than we currently have, right? Because we have 271 horsepower. I hate it. I hate having to go back into this menu. Okay, so yeah, 271 horsepower. So we actually start with more horsepower. Oh, but does that Valtra have the ability to have a front loader? Because that's our front loader tractor. That might throw a wrench. Do you have a front? You don't have a front loader, do you? You don't. It doesn't have a front loader. Oh, that's so much for that idea. Because we need that front loader. It does have a PTO on the front, which is nice, but it does not have a front loader. Already got the sky view on it. To get the most horsepower out of it, it only is another 33,000 horsepower, or $33,000. That would be a total price of $149. Or $149, $149,000, just off by a couple of spots. It's fine. Dude, if it could have a freaking front loader on this thing, it would be ideal. But it can't. So thus is our problem. If it can't, then it doesn't replace the one. It has to be an extra. Do we need an extra tractor? And the answer is currently no. So I think, as much as I think that this is a great deal, it is $116,000 for a large tractor, it doesn't replace what we already have. It would be an extra. And I just don't think that we have the money to justify that at this time. Absolute sadness. Oh, so you're on normal economy. Okay. So that shouldn't be too bad, though. Doing some contracts now. The real thing would be is if you put yourself in a situation where you were only allowed to use the certain, only using your equipment for contracts. So you had to have the equipment to be able to do those contracts. That would be a stipulation that would be fun, wouldn't it? But it's raining. It's September. We don't have anything else to do. So I guess we go forward into October and get into harvest season. When you got pallets of fertilizer, the silage, how do you load the silage tank? When you got pallets of fertilizer, how do you load the silage tank? I'm confused. I'm not exactly sure what you're meaning there. Silage is completely different from fertilizer. And you don't load a tank with silage. Silage additive, maybe? Like you would have to like buy the pallet of silage additive at the store, and then pull your baler or whatever is using the silage additive up to it. But we should be ready to harvest over here. So we're gonna rent a harvester and a header, and bring it on over. Also, let's look in the store. Yeah, there's not anything in here. There's a mower, or cultivator, I guess. It's a small one. We're way past that. Way past that! Alright, well, there's nothing there, so we need to get in here and rent a harvester. Let me see. Got 10 fields of cotton and 5 fields of oats, plus been cutting trees like crazy. Nice, Rick. Congrats. And also, good evening. The green one, yes. We have not upgraded the green one to more horsepower yet, I don't think. But anyway, back to what I was doing. Harvester. We need a harvester. So, combine, harvester. We are just going to rent something that's decent. It doesn't need to be crazy big or anything like that. I think renting this case would be a good idea. It's not huge, but it'll work. So how much will this cost to lease? $15,000 to lease. That is a big leasing cost. But we do that, then we need to go in and look for the big header. So if we back to grain headers, we should be able to go down to the big boy headers. Now we used the MacDon last time, which was a flex draper, which is fine, but it doesn't have the wheels built in to pull it, and that was a problem. This doesn't have the transport wheels either. Since when do these big headers like this not have like transport wheels built into them? Like I could have swore they all did. Now this is a case, flex draper, 15.2 meters. But it needs a trailer as well. Yeah. Oh wait. Does it? I mean, it showed that the combination was a trailer. Transport wheels. Oh, it totally goes. Oh, we're fine. Perfect. Let's lease this sucker. That's another $7,500. Let's go jump in our brand new case harvester that we're leasing. Look at this sucker, man. God, I love case. I wish there were more options for case things that I could use in the game. I love case so much. They're so good looking. Everything's so nice in them. Alright. The next thing we need to do is actually back up and grab a hold of this thing from back here and put it on its transport mode. Or is it? No, it's already in transport mode. Right? Yeah, it's already in transport mode. We good. Let me just simply back up to this thing and grab it. Should be good. What up, Moore? How's it going? Appreciate you. The pallet of silage is fertilizer. It's under the fertilizer section. Okay, hold that thought. So if we go into consumables, so like I'm not sure what you're looking for here. You got fertilizer here. There's nothing silage there. Nothing here. It's all pretty much normal. Nothing there. These are silage additive here. That's how you would get that if you needed that. And then, of course, you can go in here and buy silage, question mark? Yeah, you can buy silage in the shop if you have something that you're trying to feed silage to, or if you're going to make TMR or whatever. Like, you can buy bales of silage, but that's the only silage I can see. Alright, let's get this thing over to our fields to harvest away, shall we? We got a lot of harvesting to do. Well, thank you, Jason. But could you hit it a third time just for good measure? What up, U812? How's it going? Look at this big old sucker, man. This thing is a beast. Yeah, and that's the beauty of it. Like, you can play like whatever you want with this game. That's the best part about Farm Simulator. And then with all the mods and stuff that they're going to be adding in, there's going to be plenty of different brands and stuff that folks can look up, because there is a huge modding community for Farm Sim. So I can't wait. Like, we're just getting started with the mods. Like, it's gonna be awesome. How are you a member? Because people are gifting memberships like crazy. It do be a thing. But thank you for becoming a member for free. All right. We have found our fields. Let's get this stuff harvested, shall we? Unfold the harvester. Something about harvesters, man. They're just really cool pieces of equipment. Oh, God. I'm trying not to destroy my field, but... There we go. Let's fold that sucker up. Everything good to go? Alright, now let's put on the auto steering. Look at this sucker. Now we're harvesting in style. I know you like your John Deeres, Jason. Totally not biased. Oh, how are you not a member? Oh, I don't know. Did you cancel your membership? Or did your card get declined? Too much time spent fixing your John Deeres, maybe? Or your Corvette? I know you've been putting some money into your Corvette lately. I heard the video. Oh, this thing's got its own little sound for like the GPS and stuff too. This has got its own little GPS noise. Kind of sounds like a chipmunk. No way in hell your card was declined. I mean, I'm not insinuating anything, but I'm just giving you ways that things could potentially happen. Also, yeah, we got 65 people in chat. Appreciate you guys all hanging out with me. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the stream. Don't forget to slap that like button for me. It does help the channel out. We do like to try to get to 100 likes on these live streams for Farm Sim. It does allow YouTube to kind of get this video out there to show people who wouldn't normally see my videos. So I do appreciate you guys. What? It was arguing with me. What is it doing? Why is it trying to lock onto the thing behind me? Lock onto the thing in front. Dum-dum. Good Lord, you make this out to be rocket science. It's harvesting, for God's sakes. Just go forward. Also, I bet we can harvest this entire field without actually emptying the bin. It'll be close. It will be close. Yeah, this is one of my favorite combines. I'll be real honest. This thing is an absolute beast. I love this thing. I love my Case anyway. Like Case is my favorite brand, Case International Harvester, but I do love this thing. Like, it's just a good-looking, big old red monster, man. Can't really see up in there because everything's painted black, but this thing's like the sports car of harvesters, man. It's so good. I don't know if we'll get through the entire field, but it's going to be close. Because I think this thing has a 10,500 liter tank. Oh, we got this. I know it's close, but I think we got this. Sure makes quick work of the first couple of fields, don't it? Oh God, I hit the pole. My bad. What up, Northern? How's it going? Also, DJ's coming in re-upping for 1 month. Appreciate you. King Juan coming in re-upping for 13 months. Sorry I missed that. Appreciate you guys dropping in. Not sure if you're Shay Master or Kim Master, but I appreciate you dropping in. And I'm glad you enjoy watching while you're doing your own farming. Also, totally knocked it out the park. I knew we could do it. It was close. We're only about 1,500 liters or 1,400 liters away, but we managed to pull it off. All right, let's go get our... we want this tractor. We'll hook up to the old trailer. I wasn't very well prepared. It's my bad. Alright, now we should be able to just go in from the front here. Now, I don't think that this header, I think the header is too big for being able to unload on the go, which is unfortunate, but it's fine. It's fine. I don't mind not unloading on the go, especially considering how much quicker we're going to get everything done with a header that's this big, and the fact that our harvester can actually move it at normal operating speeds. All right. That's done. Time to start the next one, boys. When you got equipment this big, like, I don't even mind doing all the work. Just get to hang out and watch us work, man. Can't tell. Yeah, they've got the auger running in there. Like, again, we should, like, take a moment to kind of, like, look at everything and see how everything works, because everything is animated now. Like, that's one of the beauties of Farm Sim 25 compared to Farm Sim 22. Like, they animated everything. Yeah, I mean, look at the size of this header, man. This is 15 meters. To put that into perspective, that's over, what, be 45 feet. This is 15.2 meters, so that's over 45 feet. Want to get everything here. There we go. But one of the cool things is when you get to these giant headers, they actually have flexible areas that conform to the terrain, which is nice. Instead of having just like a straight piece. But you can see how, like, this side is low, this side is straight, and then this side is kind of up higher depending on the hill. Thing is taking a massive chunk out of our fields. Yet building stuff still sinks into the ground. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Try to flatten everything if you can, because it does have an auto flatten feature, but it's never been very good. But this will be our last soybean harvest. From here on out, this will be big old cotton fields, man. I'm looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it. All right, I guess we'll turn around, put ourselves on this line. This is always the awkward line because it's like only half the header that's actually being used. And then from here, everything should be relatively full. you don't play much because your body's falling apart. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, man. I hope you are feeling better. But also, I love that, like, it shows that the grain's coming in over here on the left, or the soybeans are coming in on the left, and then feeding. There's nothing feeding from this side. Which I think it did that in Farm Sim 22 as well, but it's just cool to see. Like, and the textures are so much better for the soybeans, at least. But you really get a chance to see how everything works. Turn all the lights on. For no other reason than we can. Oh, we missed the spot. Can't have that. Can't have that. That harvested. Again, it would be really cool to see like the actual computer screens and stuff start working. Like showing your RPMs for your header and all that stuff on there, and what your yield per acre and stuff like that is. Like I think that would be pretty cool to see on like the screens, because that's what you see in a real harvester, right? Chronic bone infection. Sorry to hear that, man. What do I think about the new pirate ships? Honestly, I haven't even looked. I legitimately have not even logged into World of Warships in like 2 days. Oh, shoot. Before we go starting, probably ought to get the next section unloaded real quick. What state makes the most today through Monday on speeding tickets? Well, I think Virginia has been the speeding like capital of the world when it comes to like the amount of speeding tickets they issue. Which is why if you ever go through Virginia, you don't speed. Just it ain't worth it. Because they also have the they're one of the few places in the U.S. that have the European way of dealing with fines. So like if you get a speeding ticket, I'm pretty sure it is percentage based. So it's based on how much you earn rather than just being a flat fine. Most places like here in Ohio, we have a flat fine system, right? So it's like $80 plus $70 court cost or whatever it is. Or $100 court cost or whatever. But yeah, in Virginia, I'm pretty sure it is percentage based. So however much you make, you're proportionally affected. And that's done so that rich people that tend to speed and get away with it because they can afford to pay the fines also feel the pinch of breaking the law. The new commanders might be OP. I haven't had a chance to look at any of them. Honestly, I have not looked at any of the new commanders or any of the new ships or nothing. Saw 20 state troopers on their way in Illinois. I believe it, man. Especially holiday weekends. Holiday weekends are always just cops everywhere. And they do that for a reason. It's not just because there are more traffic, but also because people drive like idiots. Okay, so they start next week. I got you. So I'll be able to see all that stuff next week then. I was gonna say, I literally haven't even looked at anything yet. Also, I keep missing spots. I'm just bad at this, apparently. Also, is that a deer? Yeah, it's a deer. I saw what would look like a little missed spot. Here, it's a deer in my field. All right, let's go ahead and empty this out one last time here, and then we will go and start the big field here. I know it seems like we're halfway done because we only have 4 fields, but the last 2 are 13.5 acres apiece, or 13.25 acres apiece. So we're just getting started. So we will go ahead and set up an AI for this one. Let the AI start. And then while they're starting, I will go ahead and turn this thing around and go put it in the silo. So we got 22,000 liters of soybeans off of our first 2 fields. What up, Rogue? How's it going? Yeah, depending on where you're at, they'll get you. They especially truck drivers. Like Ohio is pretty big on commercial vehicles. But generally speaking, in Ohio, like most of the time in regular vehicles, we have a saying called 5-year fine, 10-year mine. That's not always the case. Generally speaking, if you're within reason, you can get away with 10 over the speed limit. Unless, of course, it's like in town or you know what I mean. But generally speaking, you can get away with 10 over here in Ohio. Now, obviously, it's up to officer discretion. If they're having a slow day, they might decide to choose to fuck with you. Or if they see something in the way you're driving, if you're driving recklessly or you're driving aggressively, like it's a whole other ballgame. But, yeah, under normal circumstances, you're going to be okay at about 10 over, no problem. Also, we just missed a spot. Darn it, AI, you had one job. You had one job, AI. I let the AI take over for one little bit, and they just messed everything up. State troopers are dicks. But, again, like, it's not like every other law enforcement agency that you run into. Like, state troopers' only job is traffic enforcement, right? That is their entire purpose, traffic enforcement. Whether it be showing up for accidents or what have you. But generally speaking, the only time you see a state trooper is when you fuck up. Whether it be an accident, whether it be they're stopping you for DUI or some other traffic violation. Like, that is the only time you're going to see them. So, of course, they're going to seem like dicks. But I've never had an unreasonable state trooper. The only times that I've been pulled over by state troopers were 100% my fault. It's not like I've been picked on by state troopers, though I did have a nice laugh with a state trooper one day. I got pulled over. I was doing over the speed limit, obviously, but I was coming home. It was a Friday night or Saturday morning. I worked third shift, so I was getting off work. It was late, or no, it was second shift at the time, because I was getting off work. It was like midnight, right? So it's prime time for law enforcement to be out looking for drunk drivers and stuff like that, right? So it's not unusual for me to run into cops when I'm on my way home when I work second shift. But I was cruising. It was payday, so I just got paid. I was on my way home. I was in my WRX, so you know I'm speeding. I sped everywhere in that damn thing. Turbo noises are the #1 reason you get speeding tickets. Right? You got to hear the turbo spool. I'm sorry. It's just what it is. It is what it is. Not the fastest car in the world, but it sounds so good. And I love to hear the turbo noise. So I was an idiot. And I was cruising, man. I come up over the hill and I saw him going the other way. I knew I was getting pulled over, so I just pulled over and waited. He flips around on me, comes up behind me, flips his lights on, pulls up, walks up to the door, and I knew I was getting a ticket, right? Like, it was one of those where I knew I was speeding, and I knew that the speed that I was going guaranteed a mandatory ticket, essentially. Like, there's always officer discretion. They don't have to write you a ticket, but it's a state trooper. He gonna write you a ticket. So I decided to have a little bit of fun with him. I was like, if I'm already getting a ticket, why not have a little bit of fun, right? So as he walks up to the door, he gets to my door, he goes, you know why I pulled you over? I was like, well, technically you didn't pull me over. I was already stopped. You just pulled up behind me and turned your lights on. And right out the gate, like, he's kind of off-put by that, right? Like, he's kind of stepping back. He's like, oh, are we going to have a dick on my hands here? Like, because, you know, the last thing you want to be on a traffic stop is a dick. He didn't know that I was just going to make a joke out of everything that he says. And that I would have him laughing pretty good shortly. But initially it sounded like I was going to be a dick. And so he's like, well, okay, fair. But do you know why I am behind you? And I say, well, yeah, I was speeding. And he goes, okay, do you know how fast you were going? I said, well, I looked down, I was doing 67 in a 55, and that was when I had already let off the gas. So I'm assuming somewhere in that neighborhood. He goes, yeah, I got you for 67 in a 55. And so I was like, okay, well, I know I'm getting a ticket. Here's my information, everything. He's looking at everything. And he comes back after checking me out, and of course I'm fine. I don't have anything on my record other than other speeding tickets at the time. But that's all I've ever done. Like, I've never done anything really illegal or anything like that. But he comes back up to me and he goes, well, I went ahead and cut you a break. I wrote you a ticket for 65 and a 55 instead of 67 and a 55. I said, well, isn't that the exact same ticket? I said, technically, like, you literally didn't cut me a break at all. You just lowered the speed by 2 miles an hour, and it doesn't make a difference on the fine that I'm paying. And he goes, well, you're not wrong. I was like, okay, well then you can write me a ticket for 67 and a 55 and save that extra 2 miles an hour for the next time you pull somebody over for doing 57 and a 55. And by this time, he's laughing his ass off. And he goes back to his car, writes me the ticket for 67 and a 55. And we just had a good talk after that. We were having a good time. But again, like, I just figure, I know I'm getting a ticket. Why not have a little bit of fun? And so that's what I did. We were going to have a laugh one way or another. And yeah, it was a fun little traffic stop. I'm sure he probably got a laugh out of it. I got a laugh out of it. Like, if you're going to get a ticket, might as well make it fun. Like, I knew I fucked up. Every time I've ever gotten a ticket except one time, there was only one time where I thought that the state trooper was being unreasonable. And that was the state trooper that stopped me for 57 and a 55. And that's where the whole joke comes in. Like, because I actually did get a speeding ticket for 57 and a 55. He considered it unsafe for conditions because it was in a snowstorm. Which is fair, I guess, but that's still kind of a fucking bullshit thing, right? You're going to write me a ticket for going 2 miles an hour over the speed limit. I was in a Ford Focus, all right? It's not like I was gonna lose control, right? It's a front-wheel drive car. It's not rear-wheel drive car. It wasn't that bad. The roads weren't that bad. I've driven in snowstorms plenty of times. I'm a freaking Ohio native, for God's sakes. But anyway, I actually had gotten a ticket for 57 and a 55. So when when I told that guy to save that 2 miles an hour and give the next guy that he pulls over a break for being, 57 and a 55. Did we upgrade Rogue? No, this is a lease. We sold our old harvester because we're actually pivoting away from soybeans after this harvest. We're going to be going to cotton. So this is the last harvest we will ever do of soybeans, at least for the time being anyway. We may end up adding once we get further down the road, but for now, we're switching, or we're pivoting from soybeans to cotton on all of our fields. So we went ahead, sold our old harvester. We leased this one, leased a bigger header, so that we get it all done relatively quickly. Well, yeah, we're going to be going to cotton. You were born in Canton? I'm southeastern central Ohio. I'm from Perry County. We're in the middle of nowhere down here. I would say, like, what area that I'm from. Like, technically, I live in New Lexington, Ohio right now, which is still Perry County, but most people don't know that. Like, when I start mentioning any place from where I'm from, they're like, I don't know where that is. So I just tell them the county. They can usually put 2 and 2 together and figure that part out. Yep, I'm from the middle of nowhere, man. Ain't nothing but forest and cornfields around. You know exactly where that is. Well, that's surprising. I guess now it's becoming a little bit more popular nowadays with all the the ATV places and stuff opening up, and a lot of people come down here for that, riding their side-by-sides and four-wheelers and stuff through all the trails. You're from South Central Illinois. Nice. What up, Loops? Got a ticket for doing 36 and a 35. See, the problem with doing that is, like, as much as I would love to have fought that in court, where I go into court and fight a 57 and a 55, that means I have to take off work and go into court. And that's wasting more money than it would have been if I had just, like, paid the ticket. You know what I mean? Because now I'm missing work to go to court. So for me, I just pay the ticket. It's like, I know I fucked up, but no, I've done that a couple times with a state trooper where I knew I was getting a ticket, so I just pulled over. The last time that it happened, I was in my WRX, shocker. I was on my way to work, and I was running late, and I was fucking booking, because I was running real late, right? Like, it was one of those days where you knew you were going to be late for work, so you were trying anything and everything to try to make it on time. And I was going down the back road, and this is a road that I drove every single day. There's nothing too sketchy for me. It's just, that's a road that I drove every single day. But I come around the corner, and it's a 45 mile an hour zone, okay, the entire way. It's 45 miles an hour is what you're supposed to drive. And I was just going a little bit faster than that. I mean, I was hitting 80 plus in certain areas. But fortunately for me, I come around a corner doing 67, and the state trooper just happened to be on the other side of the corner, coming towards me. And so, obviously, I know I'm going to get pulled over. I'm in a car that's not easily hidden. Like, you see a big black Subaru WRX wagon, it's not exactly going to fit in, right? It's daytime, so he knows exactly what I'm driving. Easiest thing to call in on the world. So, like, when I went past him, I was like, I'm getting pulled over. So I just pulled over around the corner, waited for him. Dude comes around the corner, flooring that fucker. I heard that Hemi just grit. I don't know what RPM he was at, but he was at all of it. All of his RPMs coming out of the corner. And then all of a sudden, you just hear him slam on the brakes. The freaking hood of the car goes down, and then he pulls in behind me. And he goes, pull up to the next driveway. He's pissed. He's fucking pissed. He, pull up to the next driveway. I was like, all right, pull up to the driveway. The reason he couldn't pull in behind me is because I pulled over right after the corner. So he comes around the corner thinking he's going to have to chase me down, which is why he's wide the fuck open. He comes around the corner just full throttle in his Hemi. and I'm already stopped. So he had to jam on the brakes, slide to a stop, and then tell me to go to the next driveway. So I did. I pulled up to the next driveway. He pulls in behind me, and he gets out of his car. He's fucking pissed. Like, I heard it when he yelled at me initially to go to the next driveway. I was like, dude, he's not happy with me. But he comes up to the driver's side, and he's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with you? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, do you know how fast you were going? I was like, no, I don't know how fast I was going. That's a fucking lie. Everybody knows how fast you were fucking going. Like, everybody knows how fast you were going. Right? Like, you know exactly how fast you were going, which is way faster than you should have. But I didn't want to lie, and I definitely didn't want to self-incriminate myself. You know, I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, yeah, I was doing 80 miles an hour, because I don't know what he fucking clocked me at, right? Like, I just came out of a corner. Maybe there's a chance that he didn't get me for reckless operative motor vehicle. But judging by how fucking upset he is, I'm assuming that's exactly what he got me for. So at this point, I'm like, I'm not going to say fucking shit. I'm just going to be like, oh, no, I have no idea how fast I was going. I was looking at the road, you know. There's no, I was too busy looking at the road, so I didn't know how fast I was going. Needless to say, he's like, I got you. It was 67. I get caught at 67 a lot. Can you believe that? It was 67 in a 45. And that's a much bigger deal than it sounds, right? 67 in a 45. In Ohio, the speed over the speed limit that dictates reckless operation of a motor vehicle is 20 miles an hour now. Used to be 24. Used to be 24. They dropped it when I was in high school or just after high school. They dropped it to 20. So now if you're doing 20 over the speed limit, no matter where you're at, 20 over the speed limit is reckless op of a motor vehicle. It's officer discretion. They don't have to charge you with it, but they can. But needless to say, he was fucking livid. And I don't know, maybe he had a bad day leading up to this, but he was not happy, and I wasn't about to push my fucking luck. So this is one of those times where you fucked up good enough that you just keep your fucking mouth shut, and you listen to the officer, and whatever he fucking says, you just go with, and maybe he'll cut you a break, right? Like, it's one of those times. And I wasn't about to push my luck, you know? It's one of those things. I'm already late for fucking work. I'm pulled over, like, this bad day, right? So now he's upset. He goes back to his car, runs my information, doesn't see that I have any sort of outstanding anything, and I haven't had a ticket at this point in years, right? Like, I don't get a lot of tickets. It had been years since my previous ticket. I had no points on my license, nothing like that. So he runs my stuff, comes back up, and he's like, look, I'm sorry for being upset, but I just couldn't believe that somebody would be driving that fast on this road. I was like, yeah, I know, I screwed up. It's my bad. And he's like, I'm going to do you a favor. And I love those words from a fucking cop, right? Like, especially when you're really fucked up. Like, when you really fucked up, those are the best words you ever hear in your life. When you really fuck up, those words, I did you a favor, are the best. Because like I said, he had every right to fucking arrest me, take my car and impound it, and fucking send me to fucking jail for a reckless op of a motor vehicle. That's all officer discretion. Like, that's why you don't fuck around in those situations. There are situations where sometimes you just shut the fuck up and take it because you never know, right? Like, you know you can get a lot worse. So just take it on the chin and fuck it, you know, just let it go. And sure enough, he did. He fucking dropped my fucking speeding ticket down below the threshold for reckless op. He wrote me for 15 over instead of 20, 22 over. Instead of writing me for 22, he wrote me for 15, which is a big break because then it's not reckless op. You know, it's a lot less fine. It's no jail time, no losing your license. It's less points. It's just 2 points on your thing. He did me a fucking break. But it's still, to this day, that's one of those times where I try to tell people, it's like, you know, there are times to fuck with cops and have a good time because they see all the bullshit, right? Like, getting people to laugh is always a good thing. But there are also times where you just want to not be a smartass and shut the fuck up. And that was one of them. How are you late to stream or make a vid at your house? Wait, what? Oh, I'm talking about back in the day, Jason. This was back when I was still driving to the factory every day. That's what I'm saying. 22 would take you to jail. That's what I'm saying. Now it's considered reckless op, and 22 would absolutely get you, at minimum, they're not necessarily going to arrest you. They're not necessarily going to impound your car. They can, but they could also just write you a ticket for reckless op, and then it would be a mandatory appearance in court, and then you would have to fight it in court and whatnot. But yeah, he did me a favor. He wrote me for 15 and or 15 over instead of 22 over, and so at the end of the day, I pay the ticket. He was the reason he said he gave me a break, and this is the reason. He said, if you wouldn't have pulled over right away, like you did, if you wouldn't have pulled over and been waiting for me, I would have absolutely wrote you for reckless. But because you had already stopped, I went ahead and cut you a break. And so that's why I do it. Like if I know I fucked up, I'm stopping. Like I'm just gonna pull over immediately because it ain't worth it, right? I've done the whole running away from the cops thing, and I probably could have, in that scenario, maybe gotten away with it, but I'm literally coming off of a road that goes onto a 4-lane divided highway that goes right past Logan, with all of Logan PD there and the Hocking County Sheriff's Department. Like all it takes is one radio call, say, hey, I've got a black Subaru on the 33 heading your way. Can you help me stop it? And then I'm getting reckless op and all that, right? So it's just not worth it. What up, Edward? How's it going? Rogue? If I could move anywhere, where would I be? Like, I've talked about this before. Like, I don't know. I'll be real honest, though. I've never really thought about moving away from Ohio because it's where I grew up. But having been in Florida last year when I went down to Bradenton, Florida, I wouldn't mind living in Florida. You know, it's kind of nice. Kind of nice. We were down there in late in the year. It wasn't oppressively hot. Like, it was kind of nice. Also, it appears like we're going to be running out of our thing on this end every single time. I don't know which is better. Should I drive this back up? Oh, I shut the wrong freaking thing. I don't know what's better, driving this thing all the way up there or driving the trailer down here. But if I start at this end of the field and then drive down this way, I run out down this way. Every time. Also, you gotta admit, with using the GPS and stuff and having all the lines perfect, it does look pretty good when it's done. Like, you get all these nice even spacings and stuff. It looks really good. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about when we get up to the house later, but yeah, it's kind of crazy. But I love these streams, man. I love just hanging out with you guys, having a good time, talking about just about anything. Like, it doesn't have to be farm sim related. We just hang out and talk about everything. Am I close enough? Sometimes I'll be singing. You never know. Oh, God. There we go. Turning into Jeremy Clarkson out here. You see people doing 100 on I-75. I mean, you go up to 270 around Columbus, for God's sakes. But seriously, when I went down to Florida, I was having to justify coming back to Ohio. And I've never had that happen before. I've literally never in my life gone somewhere and been like, you know, I could stay here. Like, I legitimately was going over things in my mind going, how likely could it be that I could pull this off? Like, I don't have a lot of money in the bank right now, so finding a place to rent would probably be tough. But, like, I could totally pull it off. And nobody's really gonna miss me at the end of the day. Like, my sister and my nieces might miss me, but I don't really have anybody else. Like, my dad probably missed me quite a bit because I do everything for him. But yeah, I mean, it's just really had to fight in my head of reasons to come back to Ohio. Bradenton got hit hard by Milton. I mean, the whole area got hit pretty hard. It was like right there in the path of the last one. But yeah, I went down to watch Cletus McFarland 2.4 hours of Les Mullets with Opie. She drove to my place, and then we drove down. Or I drove down from there. She drove 6.5 hours to get to me, and then I drove 15.5 hours down to Florida and 15.5 hours back from Florida. And I'll tell you what. If I had to choose a place, as much as I liked Florida, South Carolina is kind of fire. I'll be real honest. I think South Carolina would probably be the place that I would choose. Just because it's perfect. Like, you don't have to be right on the beach, but the beach isn't that far. Like, you're not that far from Florida, but it's a nice drive, actually. I say you're not that far from Florida. It's a pretty significant drive from South Carolina. I tell everybody when I went down, like, I spent more of my time in South Carolina and Georgia than I did any other states all the way down. Like, you cross through West Virginia, you cross through Virginia, you cross through North Carolina. Those 3 states got nothing on South Carolina and Georgia. You spend almost the entire trip in South Carolina and Georgia. It's a long time. Those 2 states never seem to end. Reed's in South Carolina? Nice. How is Alaska as a state? I would imagine Alaska's cold. Beautiful, but cold. And as somebody who's from Ohio, and I can deal with some cold, but no thank you. Go there when it's nice and relatively comfortable? Yes. Beautiful? Absolutely. Stay there? No way. West Virginia is gorgeous, though. If you've never driven through West Virginia mountains or Kentucky mountains, like the mountains of both of those places, it is gorgeous. You grew up in Wisconsin, so cold doesn't bother you? Exactly. Like, don't get me wrong, I can handle cold. I'm from Ohio. It gets cold, but if I had to choose somewhere to live, going to somewhere where they have temperatures of like minus 50 doesn't seem like a good idea to me. I know not everywhere in Alaska gets those kinds of cold temperatures, but still, it happens. And I would rather not. Also, depending on where you're at, there was a place in Alaska that I got a message from recently saying that their sun had set for the last time for the next 64 days. They will not see the sun for 64 days. I can't do that. Like, I already struggle from day to day to like know what day of the week it is and stuff. The only reason I know is because I go to the gym, right? Like, I got like, oh, today's quad day, tomorrow, you know, whatever. But you give me no sun for 6 months or 64 days? That's over 2 months of no sun at all? No thanks. Your father was in the Navy and you've lived in all over the place. You were born in Ohio, lived in South Carolina, Connecticut, Hawaii, and Virginia, and then back to Ohio. Hey, fair. But the good thing about that is, though, you see a lot of different places. You do. You really do. I've been to basically everywhere on the East Coast. I haven't been out west, really. I've been through Kentucky and a little bit of Tennessee. The very edge of Tennessee. But that's about as far west as we've been. All right, let's go empty this sucker out again, shall we? Look how tiny our tractor and trailer look next to this freaking combine. Like, just look at it. And also, look how tiny we are next to this tractor. Just for a little bit of scale, you know? Just for a little bit of scale. Let's try not to walk into the header. That would be a bad idea. But look at the size difference, man. The tire is taller than me. Almost. That is crazy. What up, Midnight? How's it going? I should visit the Outer Banks, North Carolina. I haven't been. Like I said, my experience with North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia has all been just driving through them, and that's basically staying on the highway the entire way down, unless I had to stop for fuel somewhere. That was about it. Yeah, cold never used to bother you until you were deployed as a Marine in the desert. Yeah, that checks out. I can see how that could potentially mess up your adaptations. I never used to get bothered by cold, but the older I get, plus I've lost a lot of weight, so that kind of probably plays into it too. But like the older I get, the less willing to be cold I am. Like, it's not that I can't handle the cold, it's more that I don't want to handle the cold if I don't have to. Does that make sense? I don't know. That's the best way I can put it. It's like, the older I get, the less willing of putting up with the cold that I am. Sure, I could handle the cold, but I don't need to, so I don't. Did I fuel up at Bucky? Actually, no. Not once did we stop at a Buc-ee's. There were a couple of them on the way down, but I didn't stop at a single Buc-ee's. I kind of wish I had, because I had Opie with me, and I was trying to give Opie like a bit more of an American experience, right? Like, because she wanted to go to Florida at some point. I was able to make that happen. I'm glad I was able to get her down to Florida. She got to see the ocean for the first time. And what an ocean to fucking see for the first time. All right, my first experience with the ocean is Virginia Beach. All right, there's a big difference between going to the beach at Virginia Beach and going to the Gulf Coast of Florida. Like, huge difference in ocean quality. But yeah, I was trying to get her the like American experience. She got to see a good chunk of the U.S. She got to see the mountains of West Virginia during a forest fire, no less. Like, we actually drove right through a forest fire in West Virginia. That was a first. I've never driven through a forest fire until that day. So that was something I could cross off my bucket list. It was funny how it happened, too. We were on our way down, right? And, of course, West Virginia, like, we left at night, okay? This is, when you drive somewhere and you're going, like, 15 and a half hours one way, you leave at awkward times. So we left at, like, 6:30, 7 o'clock at night. So by the time that we get down to West Virginia, it's already dark, pitch black, right? And so we're going through the mountains of West Virginia, pitch black outside, and her car started smelling like a brush fire, right? And you know what the smell of a brush fire is. Most of us do. If you've ever been anywhere near, like, the country, brush fires are normal. Farmers clearing their fields or whatever. But that's what it smelled like, and it was pretty strong, but it wasn't anything crazy. And there was no other indications other than just smelling the grass burning or the brush. And it's not like there was emergency crews flying past us or any like massive fire showing up over the mountains or anything like that. But I made a joke about it to Opie. I was like, oh, it's probably just somebody burning some brush. It's late in the year. They cut back all the brush and then they burn it. It's normal. They clear the property lines when it's dried up and stuff like that. But I said it's either that or we're about to come up over one of these ridge lines and be surrounded by fire. It was option number 2. We came up over a ridgeline, and there was just fire. Just fire as far as the eye could see on both sides of the road. It's like, oh, all right. I guess we're driving through a forest fire. So that was an experience. It wasn't a very big forest fire. It was just it was relatively tame. I think when we drove through, they only had it 10% contained, but it was relatively small fire in terms of like the height of the flames weren't real big. But it was just a fire line as far as you could see, just a line of fire going all the way up into the mountains. It was kind of cool to see, to be perfectly honest. I'm sure the West Virginians in the neighborhood probably didn't think it was very cool, but for somebody just passing through that had no stakes in it, it's kind of cool. Also, I feel like we're not getting as much as I thought we should be getting. Do you guys feel like that's the case? Like, I feel like we have not gotten as much off of this harvest as I thought we were going to. Maybe I'm wrong. I hope I'm wrong. I really hope I'm wrong. Because I don't remember us... Oh, we did dump the trailer. Never mind. We did have to dump the trailer on that field. I base all my calculations off how many times I have to dump the trailer. I'll take this little track here up to the top fields. Hopefully we fit in the gate. I'm sure we will. It'll be fine. What up, Jeremy? How's it going? Dayton area is getting a Buc-ee's soon. Nice. Yep, never been to a Buc-ee's. Drove past them several times, never been. Alright, now we just drive through this man's field. I'm sure he'll be thrilled about that. Get up here to our last 13.5 acres. Boop. Go ahead and start unfolding the harvester. Want to hook her up right in here. Boop. Fold up the wheels. Get this puppy rocking. We're going to go ahead and set it for AI initially. And then we will, while he's starting that, take this and dump it and get this tractor up there. We will need to offload the grain into it. Might as well unload it while we're here. See, last year we ended up with 65,000 liters of soybeans from these bottom fields. This will be the first time we get the top field added to it, so we should have about 65,000 liters in here from these 3 fields that we just harvested. So we'll have to check and see where we're at. What up, Robert? How's it going? I love this game so far, man. I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I have spent a lot of hours in this game already. Alright, how much soybeans? 65,741. So yeah, we're right where we need to be. So I cannot wait to see how much we're going to end up with after this. So we got another 13.25 acres to harvest. But welcome to the stream, my dude. Hope you enjoy. But I am thoroughly enjoying it. And as you can see, like, the flickering has gotten a lot better since we started. Because like I said, once you get settled in, the cache gets caught up and everything, it seems to do a lot better with the whole flickering situation. Now that we're going to the top area of the map, it's got to load all this stuff in. So maybe now wasn't a good time to mention that, but still. I feel like they've done a lot better with that with this first update. But we are here, and we are ready to go. We'll park this thing nearby. Seems like a good place to park it. And we can jump on this thing, fire the AI. Set up my steering assist. Keep the headlands going. Do I still have the 2006 ZX3? No, I ended up wrecking that. It was a 2006 Ford Focus ZX3. It was the, what did they call that color? I think it was infrared is what it was called. It was like a metallic dark maroon. But in the sunlight, it had like a metallic flake. So in the sunlight, that thing would light up. It was a good looking car. I enjoyed it. It was my first brand new car. But I ended up wrecking it, unfortunately. I was on my way home. I drove to work in a level 3 snowstorm. And then on my way home from work, when I'm not in a hurry at all, it was payday. Like, there's no reason for me to rush. It was weekend. So, like, I was just chilling. I was doing 30 some odd miles an hour on a straight stretch, and some slush got into the wheels the right way and just kicked me off the side of the road at the wrong time. Went off the road, hit a rock, and rolled the car over. That was the end of my ZX3, unfortunately. But I love that car. Oh, yeah, you could totally pet your dog now, Northern. But don't forget, if you guys do enjoy what I do, if you guys could slap that like button for me, helps the channel out a ton. Helps us keep making these farm sim videos and hopefully start to reach a little bit bigger of a farm sim audience. You like your 2023 WRX GT in the snow? Dude, Subarus are so much fun in the snow. They really are. They are so much fun in the snow. Because they're so, like, reliable, right? Like, when it comes to, like, the way they handle in the snow. Now, you do have to get used to an all-wheel drive car if you've never driven an all-wheel drive car before. You have to get used to the fact that it is the best and worst case of both front and rear-wheel drive cars. But I do love the symmetrical all-wheel drive, the yaw sensors that help keep you straighten the car out and stuff when you need to. ABS is good on the cars as well. Like, it's really good. Like, the way I guess it would be the stability system or whatever you want to call it for the Subarus is so good. I mean, we could totally just go this way, I guess. Doesn't hurt. Put that back in. But yeah, like, having fun in the snow in a Subaru is just so much fun. Also, the amount of times that you can, like, show off and pull people out of the snow is hilarious. Like, the amount of, like, trucks that I pulled out of being stuck is hilarious. There is nothing better than making some dummy in a truck look like a goof in your Subaru. Alright, let's go ahead and unload this. See if it still has the window in the back. It sure does. Look at the soybeans. All the soybeans. I'm way too close. I'll be dumping this out of the trailer on the backside. Trying to find another 2003 2500. Yeah, see, that's the problem. The same thing with Subarus, though. Like, buying used, like, trucks or used Subarus or a used Honda is always a crapshoot, because almost every single one of them has been beat to hell. Like, you know that the people that drove them didn't take care of them. They drove them like absolute lunatics. Yeah, stopping on ice sucks with anything. And it's the same thing with a Subaru. A lot of people get a little bit overconfident with their Subarus, and the first time they take a corner in the ice, they realize that just like a rear-wheel drive car, it will push you straight through that corner. Which is why I say it's got the best and the worst qualities of both front and rear-wheel drive cars. Because the good news is, if you get your foot off the throttle a little bit, you'll get that grip back, and then you can kind of floor it, and the front wheels will grip up a little bit and pull you out of it. But a lot of people freak out. But I also say, like, all-wheel drive vehicles are great for like racing and having a good time, especially on like windy roads, because you have so much grip, But the problem is you have so much grip until you don't, and then it tries to kill you. Like, it ain't like a little car or like a front-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive car where you get right to the edge of being able to control it, and it kind of, you can feel the grip going. On an all-wheel drive car, you have grip, you're dead. that's the wiggle room. You don't have wiggle room with an all-wheel drive car. Like, they do not like when you finally run out of grip. And unlike other cars where you run out of grip and you're going slow enough that you're okay, when a Subaru or a Lancer or any other all-wheel drive loses because of grip, you're usually going way too fast to stop it. Do they mandate winter tires? No. No. In fact, we only have certain months that you're allowed to even run winter tires. If you're caught with winter tires after, I think, March, I think you actually can be fined for it. But no, all season tires are fine here in Ohio. See just as many 4x4s, probably more. I see more 4x4s than a lot of the cars, to be honest. And that's because they drive like lunatics. Like, everybody does it. Like, and don't get me wrong, I'm one of those people that drives a little bit faster than I probably should in sketchy conditions. But I've been driving in it for so long, I'm used to it, right? And but there have been times where I've had butt pucker moments because of other people. And that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize. You can be just really good at driving and be fine. But all it takes is one dummy around you to f everything up. And boy, can it turn into a problem real quick. I had a guy pull out in front of me while I'm doing 65 in the snow and ice. And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? Are you gonna kill us both? Like, who does that? But yeah, like I said, that's the problem with all-wheel drives and four-wheel drives is they give you so much confidence that you usually are driving outside of what you can actually get away with a lot. And the more you do that, the more likely something is to go wrong. And once it does go wrong, the likelihood that you're able to save it is a lot less. But yeah, a lot of the things that I see people do is when they try to pass you on like a 4-lane road. It's like, dude, I'm doing fast enough. Okay, if you're passing me, you're a lunatic. And not only that, like, if you're passing me, you're getting over to that slushy shit, and that slushy stuff is what gets you. Because all it takes is one little oopsie, and you hydroplane, and then you just can't save it. There's no saving it. See what I mean about the like spacing of the field? Like how everything's like perfectly spaced? It's so good. Satisfying as crap. You've only had 4x4 trucks and they've never slid. I mean, hey, that just means you're a better driver than most people. Just making sure that you're not driving outside your means. But like I said, a lot of people just drive like maniacs, and that's what gets them in trouble. One thing that I was always told by my dad when I was growing up and learning to drive is, like very first snowfall, because we lived out in the country, right? He said very first snowfall every year, just put your car through the paces. Like go out there, go faster than you probably should. Induce slides so that you know how your car is going to react in situations, right? Like, and if you do it close to home and you screw up, you just get pulled out. You're home. But like, don't wait until you're out in like an area where you're going to get run over by people and stuff like that, or put other people in danger, to find out that you don't know how to drive your car. Like, if you put your car through like slides and stuff like that at home, away from everything, then you know how your car is going to react. So that's one thing that I've always tried to do, is like every single year, because you don't know, like if your brakes are a little bit more worn on one side, like your car could pull one way or the other, depending on like how your brakes are worn, or tires. If your tires are worn more on one side than another, like all that stuff adds up. And the only way to know is to try it. You can go out there, and if you start sliding, or if you hit the brakes and see what happens, like all that stuff. It's a good little tip. My dad was a concrete truck driver for 50 years or whatever it was. Yeah, letting off the gas is good. Another tip a lot of people don't realize is for automatics, downshift. You have the ability to downshift on automatic. I mean, you can see the D, and then usually a 2 and then a 1. Like if you're coming down a hill, just put that sucker down in second. Let the engine help slow you down. Because if you're using the brakes and you start sliding, you're on a roller coaster at that point. Anti-lock brakes can be, I mean, don't get me wrong, anti-lock brakes are fantastic, but yeah, they can be a thing. But the reason I say that every year you should like try to test your car out and see how it's going to react in certain situations is because every year it's a little different, right? Like your tires are in different shape than they were the previous year. The brakes are in different shape than they were in the previous year. So all those things add up to how your car performs. Your car might pull a certain way that catches you off guard when you hit the brakes. Yeah, black ice is just deadly. Like, it don't matter what car you're in. Don't matter if you're all-wheel drive, four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive. You hit black ice, you're going for a ride. Especially if you hit black ice and don't know it, because you don't find out until it's too late. Ask me how I know. What up, Atomic? Cat, good to see you. Pull you over once while doing it, and after explaining what I was doing, he shook your hand for being above average intelligence for a teen. Lol. Yep, slow down. Slow down, just be smart. Don't be stupid. But again, that's asking people to not be stupid. And in reality, common sense isn't all that common. Right? It's how so many people lose control on straight stretches that is dry. Like how many wrecks do you see on the news every single day when there's no bad weather or nothing? All because people are distracted drivers. They're on their cell phones, they're texting, they're watching movies, they're putting on makeup, they're doing their hair, they're changing the radio station, they're putting a CD in. I know that's old school, but you know, that's that sort of stuff. Not new about that. It's always been a thing. But yeah, like it's crazy how often it happens. You learn to drive up in upstate New York with all the snow. I can imagine with the lake effect snow that you guys get up there, it would be pretty crazy. We get a lot of ice storms down here, so you got to be careful. Like Ice storms are the bitch. They're just nothing good about an ice storm. Snow ain't so bad. It's ice that's the problem. I haven't been paying attention to how much we're getting per down and back. Do I have enough to get back? Probably not. But I'm gonna try. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna make it. Also, I'm pretty confident that we're gonna fill up the trailer on this one. I'm getting pretty good at that whole stopping before you run into the crop thing. Paying attention. One of my favorite things that they added to the game for Farm Sim 25 is the little thing that tells you how much your trailer that you're discharging into has. Like right now, we can see up in the top right-hand corner that it's got 76% full. We know that it can hold 28,000 liters, so the fact that we're at like 23,000, like that is such a nice little quality of life thing. So nice. But we are going to run out of trailer space before we empty this harvester all the way. I think we'll have like 3,000. Yep, 3,100. Fair enough. Alright, well, while this is going, we'll let the AI take back over real quick. And then we will take this to the farm and drop it in the silo. It's another 28,000 liters. So that puts us, what, over 90,000 liters? Oh my god, we are going to be rolling in money from this harvest. Holy crap. Well, yeah, you learn to drive on ice, but there's a big difference between the ice that you guys get up in Alaska versus the ice storms that we get down here. Like, you guys may have, like, winter weather, all right? But I don't think Alaska, to my knowledge, I don't think Alaska gets those ice storms like we get out in the Midwest. Like, those of us here in Ohio, Tennessee, West Virginia, southern Illinois and Indiana, Kentucky, all of us, we get some raunchy ice storms. Like, I'm talking about putting inches of ice on shit. Like, if you're not careful. Like, there have been some raunchy ice storms. And I don't think Alaska gets that. I think they get a, because it's just colder up there, right? Like, you guys don't get those sudden changes in temperature that we get. Like, obviously an ice storm, if you guys don't know. Is our silo full for the first time ever? We filled an entire silo, guys. Oh my god. For the first time ever, we filled an entire silo. That's awesome. Money, baby. But no, like, we get the thunderstorms that turn into ice here. Because obviously an ice storm, if you guys don't know, ice storm is created by warmer air aloft and then colder temperatures on the ground. So you get those thunderstorms that come through and drop an inch of rain and it freezes on contact with the fucking ground. That's what an ice storm is. And it is fucking brutal. I don't care where you're from. I don't care how much you can or can't drive ice storms suck. That's the kind of shit that'll knock out power to an entire state or an entire area of a state for a week. Sucks. And then thunder snow. Thunder snow's always fun too. You guys have never had like thunder snow where you're from? Thunder snow's fun. It sounds so eerie to hear a thunderstorm when it's snowing because it's kind of like muffled. Alright, apparently the AI decided they didn't care about my my plan. And then of course, auto steer is like, screw your plan too. My channel is so educational. I do know a lot. Like I don't know like everything. I never claimed to, but I like to read. I like to like learn things. So I share it where I can. But yeah, the worst things that I've ever been through have been ice storms. I don't mind blizzards. We've had blizzards. It's whatever. It drops a lot of snow. It's windy. Blah blah blah. Ice storms are a bitch. They suck. Especially where I'm from. Like, I'm from the middle of nowhere, right? We're the last ones to get power back, alright? Like, if you've never grown up or had an ice storm and been fortunate enough to have your grandparents living in a house that still has a wood burner, which allows you to heat the freaking house with wood and cook on it. Yeah, how about that? How about having to cook your freaking meals on a wood burner because you have no power? That's when you real happy that you cut all that wood up for your grandparents. And you don't realize just how nice it is to have that option till you don't have it. It does. It does make the fucking place look beautiful. There is, I will say that, other than the fact that the ice gets so thick on the trees and it starts breaking all the branches off, like, it is pretty cool when you go outside and you see everything looking like crystal. It is cool. But it is also a bitch. Wood stoves are the bomb. You're not wrong. You gotta do what you gotta do, man. And having that option is always a good thing. But I grew up in a trailer that was built during the 80s. Everything was electric. Alright? So, we lose the electric for a week at a time because I live in the middle of nowhere. We're the last ones to get our electric back. Like, you lose for a week at a time, you realize real quick that having the option to have some other form of heating is kind of nice. Or the opposite in the summertime. You lose your power for a week because of a big storm coming through. It's kind of nice having a way to cool things down. Especially your food. This is where somebody would be like, well, why don't you have a generator? It's because generators are expensive. I'm a broke-ass bitch in the poorest county in Ohio. Or at least it used to be. I don't know if it still is or not. It used to be the poorest county in Ohio. It is a lot of work. It is absolutely a lot of work, especially if you don't have modern equipment. Like you cut down the tree with a chainsaw, you cut it up into chunks, and you got to split that shit by hand. That is a lot of work. You got a wood splitter, you're cheating. You got a log splitter, you're cheating. I'm sorry. It is nice, but you're cheating. What up, Matt? How's it going? Live in an RV with no heaters, so the only source of heat is a PlayStation. Well, that's not enough heat. Almost done, folks. The harvest is almost over. Just a little bit left and we'll come back the other direction. We'll be done. And then it's time to prepare everything for the next planting season, which will be cotton. Cotton will be getting planted. But I also think now would be a pretty good time to go ahead and upgrade the other tractor to its high horsepower version, so that we can do things like remove stumps and all of that stuff. Because that will allow us to get that forestry mulcher, or at least rent it. I don't think I'm going to buy it. I think I'll rent it. Rent the forestry mulcher. Get rid of all the freaking stumps that we've been driving over for the entire series. I just hope the forestry mulcher works better than that friggin' cutter thing. I just do it by hand. Screw it, we'll do it live. Look at this little tiny strip. Oh god, we're looking the wrong way. Little tiny strip. Going straight into the middle. You spent all afternoon splitting wood. I'm assuming you've got the, since you said you're a cheater, I'm assuming you've got a log splitter. Hey, that's the way to go. Hey, no, hey, I ain't gonna say. I'm just calling you a cheater, you know, because I've done it both ways, and I can confirm that splitting wood by hand sucks. All right, I've done that shit my entire life, from the time I was old enough to swing a maul till the time that my dad was able to borrow a freaking wood splitter. Wood splitters are the way to go. That shit is a lifesaver. It'd make you sick how much wood you can get through when you're not splitting it by hand. Sick in a good way. Oh god, it's sunk into the ground. Let's hope that that isn't going to stop me from being able to hook up to it. Find out in a moment. It totally is. Oh dear God. Mistakes were made. I'm sorry. What am I doing? We're done. We're done harvesting. I can literally just leave it. I'll return it from there. I'm done harvesting anyway. Dude, we just got charged leasing costs? $9,500 for leasing costs? Alright. Well, let's jump in this thing. Let's open up the map. It's going to save, and then we can send a harvester back and send the header back. And click on that sucker there. Return it. Boop. And return it. Beautiful. All right, that is all of our soybeans harvested. I cannot believe we finally, for the first time ever, filled up one of those 75,000 liter silos. That's awesome. I couldn't connect to it because it flipped over onto the attacher, and it wouldn't come out of the ground. So it doesn't matter. It was rented, so all we had to do was send it back anyway. We're done. We're done with it. What is my main goal with Farm Sim 25? Currently, it's just to have fun playing the game. We didn't set a specific challenge or anything like that. We're just playing the game and going through the new maps and having a good time. Trying the new game mechanics and all that. Getting familiar with how things are different in this game versus the previous game. We will do some challenge series at some point. But for now we just hang tight. Just have a good time. Dude, I can't believe it. So, we ended up with, I guess we can shut that off here in a second. Alright, so, if we look in here, we should be able to see how much soybeans we have. We have 104,962 liters of soybeans, guys. That is a boatload. Literally. That is actually a boatload. I think we can officially call it that. That is awesome. There's so much soybeans. We're going to make so much money next June. Next June, we will make so much money. Also, we need wood. I don't know why. Oh, is it? It ain't out of wood. It says materials missing. Huh. Didn't it have 8,000 liters? We only went through a couple of months. But as soon as we bump this tree, it should yoink it. In theory. Boop! Oh, it didn't boop. Why didn't it boop it? I guess I can boop it from the other side to get it out of the trigger and then boop it back in. Oh, that's the trailer. Congrats. Managed to hit the one thing didn't want to hit. Boop it out of the trigger. Get out the way. Oh, dear Lord. I am making a mess out of this. It's fine. We're doing fine. Don't argue with me. Alright, now, if we come in through here, in theory, your theory is wrong. Okay, I guess I gotta come in from a little bit further this direction and push it this way. One way or another, tree, you're going into that sawmill. Might as well make it easy on yourself. Thank you. See? Just have to talk to it nicely. 8,700 liters in there. Beautiful. That'll do for now, donkey. That'll do. Alright, so we have $221,000 in the bank. We have some work cut out for us. First of all, did we actually upgrade this thing to its full horsepower configuration? If we look, it should change the sticker to whatever it is. It is the 930 Vario currently. This is the part where I get upset. People get mad at me for like not knowing all the menus right away. It's like, dude, I'm sorry. I'm trying. But they changed everything on me. I got used to the way it was done in the previous version. Alright, so we are talking the 930 Vario. There it is. How many horsepower does it currently have? 296. So yes, we need to take this thing, go upgrade this. Because it is time for us to start looking at bigger implements and stuff to deal with our fields a little bit quicker. So this will cost, I think it's like $40,000 or something like that to upgrade this thing. But that'll give us 400 and some odd horsepower. And I am looking forward to having horsepower to be able to pull bigger implements. Now that we're not wasting all our money on buying products for the house to be built. Though I do like my house. But good God, it was expensive. Alright, pull her in here. This big old tractor over here. Let's go ahead and customize. Should be able to throw the old 942 Vario in there. Now we have 415 horsepower. Perfect. That is $42,800. We're not going to change anything else. We're going to leave everything as is because it's fine as is. But that's $42,000 gone. And now we do need to repair the tractor. Oh my God, it's so expensive to repair. That's another $15,000 to repair it. That's rough. But we got the horsepowers now. And now it should reflect that it is a 942 Vario. Beautiful. BEA beautiful. Now this thing does have 39 hours because we did get this thing used. But now that we got the bigger engine, we should be... Oh, wait, where am I going? There's a good chance that we're going to need, like, stuff, right? So we can keep this over here for the time being. It is October. We don't need to deal with the fields until March. I think that's when you plant the cotton. Let me double check that. So we are going to be planting cotton, yes, February. February is when we want to plant. See, that's why you check. So we got a couple of months to worry about that. Let's look at some machinery for our planting needs. So we already have a planter, but I would like to get a better planter if we could. Let's see what we got in the warehouse. Also, the forestry mulcher would be a good thing to go ahead and rent. This thing is capable of 360 horsepower is required. So we should do this and just get rid of all those stumps now. How much is this going to cost to lease? $4,500? We're doing it. I think we just go ahead and get rid of all the stumps. All the stumps will be gone. But let's look at the planters and stuff. And what else will we need? We've got planters, we got fertilizers, we got lime spreaders. I want to look at a bigger planter. We will eventually have to lease a harvester, which is going to be expensive as crap. Because cotton harvester is not cheap. Yield improvements, I'm not worried about that. We're looking at planters. Soil cultivators. That's another thing we can look into. Okay, so planters. All right, our current planter is this one, which is a 9-meter working width. The next one up just goes bonkers. Like, this is like the last cheap version, but everything else starts getting extremely expensive. I think if I do upgrade from this, I think I would have to go with one of these two. This one doesn't have the ability to have fertilizer on it, which is unfortunate. But I bet there's a tank. Usually there is. This thing has the ability to hold 3,524 liters of seeds. But I bet there's a tank. If we go... Is there not? Okay, so there's no combinations. Never mind. I lied. There is no tank, apparently. Tanks are not a thing. Seed tanks. Yeah, that's just those. Unfortunate. Alright, well, I guess that's the thing. So yeah, I think if we were to go, I think the Kinsey is probably the one I'm going with. It's 18.2 meters. It carries the ability to use liquid fertilizer as well. Unfortunately, it is liquid, but I mean, that's 7,000 liters of seeds with an 18.2 meter working width, and it only requires 350 horsepower. So we have the tractor that can pull this, but that's a long ways off before we can buy that. Currently, we have this thing, and that's what we're going to stick with for the time being. So, yeah, fun. All right, well, I guess that's what we're dealing with then. I don't think we have anything else. What about soil cultivation? Now, currently we're running this thing, which has an 8-meter working width. So what is the next step up? This is 10.5. That's not really worth. But the requirements go through the roof for these things. You're talking about this thing being 580 horsepower requirement. This is 330. So we'd be able to pull this. This one requires 615. What about like regular cultivators? Anything? No. Like these require way too much horsepower. This would be 14.3 though. This isn't that bad. It requires 400 horsepower. We would be able to pull this. That's 14.3, and that's not that pricey in terms of the thing. This is probably what we're going to look at potentially for our next step up in cultivators. And then plows, I don't need anything there. And of course, subsoilers. I mean, these are essentially like cheater plows, right? So they're not going to be anything in terms of working with. Yeah. Didn't think so. All right, so yeah. So I think that is where we're looking at. Power harrows? Like, what the fuck is this? It's just a cultivator? I don't even know. I've never seen this before. It's fancy. It's a fancy one. Requires 350 horsepower for an 8-meter working width. No, thank you. So yeah, I think that's the next. This one right here. This or no, did I already lose it? It's this one. The NZ Extreme 1425 is probably going to be our next cultivator that we look at. Because it's 400 horsepower. We have the horsepower for it. And it's only $128,000. So that is something we can potentially pull off. But for the time being, it's time to get this freaking stumps gone. After all this time, it's finally time for us to get rid of all the freaking stumps. No more stumps. Ever. It's not true. We're always going to have stumps. But a lot less annoying stumps. We can get rid of them when we need them. Look at this sucker. It's ready to munch down on some stumps. And I can't wait. Too long we've had to dodge stumps and landmines. No more. Oh god. Oh god. I think we need a weight on the back of this tractor. Holy crap. This thing apparently is really heavy on the front of this thing. Who'd have thunk it? Alrighty. Let's start over yonder and just start working our way this way. Hopefully it's quick. I just want it to be quick. I don't want to be like that other thing that was just absolutely brutal. I just want it to be nice and quick and everything works, right? Like if we just go turn this on, drive forward, yoink. Uh-oh. Well, that's not ideal. Too meaty of a stump. Alright, maybe if we come in from the top. Maybe it's just too tall from the backside. We come in from the top, maybe. Oh, that worked. Sort of. It's on. It worked. All right, so we can use that claw to kind of claw us up onto the stump. Good to know. Do we need to? Or will it chew into this one just fine? Oh, there we go. Yes, yeet it. Why are you falling backwards? Go up the hill. Go up the hill! What's wrong with you? This could be a problem. Said nobody ever. We're fine. Alright, so it's not perfect. But it is definitely way better than the other thing. If I put it on the ground, then it digs like a farm field, essentially. There it went. Well, I'm hoping that it'll get rid of the rest of this without having that issue. Definitely looks like some of them are going to have to be yeeted. God, it's so much better. It's so much better, though. Like, it's already way better than the other thing. I don't remember where all the bushes are. See what I mean? It just yeets things. This is where I miss the tree be gone, man, because that's what the tree be gone used to do. Just eats it. No bull crap. Just go. Get away. You just got to hit it at the right angle, I guess. I don't know where all the stumps are, though. Like, that's the only downside. This is where it'd be nice if I could just, like, repaint the entire hill. But I don't have the money for that. Like, I know on PC they used to have mods. Well, definitely has its moments. It's far from perfect. But it's a heck of a lot better than that other thing. I say that. This one's being stubborn. Alright, let's turn it off for a second so that we can actually move somewhat quickly. Because it seems to have a limiter on how fast you can move. And if we just do this, turn it on, go down. I think it worked. This might take a while. Now the real question, does it get rid of these things that are just laying around? Like the little pieces of wood and stuff? Probably not. It totally does! Oh my god! That's gonna be even better. Just some of these stumps really don't like to come up. It's so hateful. Why is it so hateful? Dude, why are some of these stumps just not wanting to be eaten? Just let it eat you, man. This is going to take forever, man. I'm telling you. Just wish I had the tree begone still. It's better than the other thing, but Still not ideal. They made stumps so unnecessarily annoying in this game. Like, there's no reason for them to be this stubborn. It just drives over it. We'll come back to it. And it does it again, where it's just like, nope, sorry. I know what you're trying to do, but you can go for yourself. There it goes. Okay, so let's try that. Let's try to, like... I think some of these stumps are just too big. Like, they just don't want to, like, be eaten. So we get our tool on top. And then we kind of set this down. Yeah, it literally refuses to get rid of this one stump. It's always something. Come on. See, the little trees seem to get eaten up by this thing really easily. It's the bigger stumps that just seem to not want to go anywhere. That one went nice. Why can't they all do that? All these freaking little shrubs too while we're at it. Push our tree planter out the way. Dude, I know it's not easy to remove a stump in real life. This isn't real life. This is a video game. Alright? Trust. Like, I know it's not easy to get rid of a stump in real life. Right? But it's still dumb that they make it this friggin' annoying in a video game. Like, they should be, especially considering, I know there are going to be mods like the tree gun that eventually show up. And it's going to make removing these friggin' stumps a gajillion times easier. Like, a gajillion times. See, why does it work sometimes and other times not so much? It's always the black stumps. Have you noticed that? You gotta get it just right in order for it to, like, get that stump out of there. Pull up onto the stump. Question mark. See, why, if it knows I'm trying to get rid of a stump, right? Why does it try to fight you? Why not just delete the entire stump? Like, it sits here and it'll fight you, trying to, like, get every little corner of the stump just perfect. When there's no reason for that. It's just unnecessary annoyance. Just unnecessary annoyance. Seem to be leaking red stuff from your finger. I would assume that'd be blood, and I would probably, like, maybe do something about that. This is obnoxious, dude. Ain't nothing worse than this in the game. There's nothing worse than dealing with stumps in the game. It grinds it, grinds it, grinds it, and then holds it. It just doesn't want to let go. See how easy, like, it starts to grind some of them, and then other ones it just doesn't do anything. Of course, now I say that, now this one's stuck here at this level. Refuses to be ground all the way down. So silly, man. There's no reason for it. I think I'm about to give up again. Oh, but then it just boops it. Oh, man. We're trying to tame the wilderness here, but it is fighting us the entire way. What up, Jess? Welcome back. This might be something I have to do off screen because I'm sure you guys are getting tired of seeing it. Like, some of them just go so easily, and then others are just like, nope, sorry, I'm not going anywhere. And I'm sure this is a map feature, so I don't think it'll go anywhere. Like, I know you can't cut it with a friggin' chainsaw, so I know you're not gonna be able to cut it with this. See, some of them just go so easy. Why can't they all go so easy? That one went. It's like you gotta hold your tongue just right and drive over at the exact angle, but there's no like rhyme or reason to the angle. That one finally went. See what I mean? Like, it starts to chew it, and then it just chews like a little corner of it, and then leaves it. It's so annoying. And I've chewed through so much fuel sitting here doing this, too. See? Now it chews down a little bit more. But there's no rhyme or reason to it. Just lets you sit here and be miserable. See what I mean? I think it just tries to be as annoying as possible. I think that's the rhyme or reason. I don't think there actually is any set in stone way to make it work. I think it just tries to legitimately be as annoying as humanly possible. Drove right over the stump. Doesn't even bother grinding into it. And now it grinds it down a little bit. And then it's gone. But I do the same thing on any other stump, and sometimes it doesn't work. That one worked just fine. And then that one, nothing. Knocks the top off. Nothing. I hate how inconsistent it is, man. If it just pulled up and deleted the goddamn stump like it's supposed to, it wouldn't be so bad. But because you got to sit here and fool around for 30 minutes per stump, some stumps disappear immediately, some stumps sit there and take 30 minutes to sit there and try to get rid of. At least the little stumps seem to be like relatively consistent in terms of like the annoying devil trees that I was telling you guys about. They seem to be pretty consistent. It's all the other stumps that seem to be like all over the place on whether you can grind them or not. See, it ground down the initial part, and now it's just kind of sitting there. I ground down a little bit more. Is it gone? Good. I haven't got that one. Slowly but surely, we are making progress. That doesn't seem like it. It's gonna take forever. What up, Schmidt? How's it going? I'm doing well, man. Just trying to get rid of some stumps, man. They're the devil. You know, they say foosball's the devil, but no, stumps are the devil. They are actually the worst. God, if only it was that simple for all of them. Wouldn't that be fun? Because I want to get rid of all this stuff. I know it's going to take forever. That's the problem. I would love to get rid of all the nasty bushes, all the tree stumps. Get rid of it all. And get my freaking hill looking the way I want it. That's what I want. See what I mean? Like, why is it that some of the stumps are so easy to get rid of, and then some of them are just, like, never going to happen? Literally makes no sense, man. But they do this just to annoy the shit out of everybody. Also, why did I have to pick the one hill that has all of the trees? Why? Clearly I'm on top of a tree, right? Oh, there it is. I was going to say, clearly I'm on top of a tree. smallest little tree stump. And it's going to be this much of a pain in the neck to get rid of. What are my thoughts on the Pirates? I know nothing about the Pirates as of right now. They're Mike, you guys probably know more than I do. I haven't checked anything out. I know we're supposed to get it, as far as I know, like Monday or whatever. The 2nd. But, oh, there we go. But yeah, I have no idea, brother man. I usually don't get into like speculation on anything. I just wait till I have it in my hands, and then once I have it in my hands, then I can kind of get my ideas. I know there's a lot of channels out there that get into the speculation aspect of all the new stuff that's coming or has already showed up or whatever. I don't do that. I like to wait till I actually have my hands on things before I can actually make an opinion about it. If that makes sense. Because numbers are one thing. When they tell you, like, I don't know what they posted. Apparently, I'm assuming they posted stuff on, like, Instagram or Facebook or something today. But I haven't had a chance to really look into it. Look, it's one of our stumps. Wonder if we can get it this time. Sure doesn't seem like it. Why does it have to be so evil? It's gotta be evil as hell. Little panel on the front end of the mulcher that is behind the plow. If you lift that, it might work better. So this little panel that you're talking about is already lifted. This is the only thing I can lift other than the claw that helps raise us up. So that's as far as I can lift. Unless you're saying that that's like if I were to close that or whatever, maybe that helps. I don't know how it would, but you never know. It's the only thing I haven't tried. Yeah, it doesn't seem to do anything at all. Just some of the stumps just don't want to go away. I don't know why. Try hitting it from the other side, see if we can get this. Get rid of these little bushes around it. Maybe that'll help. Who knows? At this point, I'm just trying things. Now, if we lift ourselves up with the claw. Oh, that was a little bit of progress. See what I mean? Like, it starts to grind, and then it just stops immediately. It's crazy. It only goes... Like, I can lift this up, but this claw is what I use to get on top of some of the stumps. I figured that much out, but yeah, it doesn't like to. Like, there's no reason it shouldn't grind this, but it just doesn't want to. It just drives right over top of it. Just drives right over the top. I think at this point I've hit it from about every angle possible. You can see, like, it climbs right up on top and just sits there. I don't know, man. I don't know. Just an annoying little turd waffle is what it is. I don't think there's anything I'm doing wrong. I think it's just some of the stumps are like bugged out or something. They just don't want to go. Because some of the stumps go real easy. Like, I lift this up, go forward, set it down. There it goes. It's gone. Like I said, I get the gist of how this thing is supposed to work, but it doesn't work all the time. It's like some of the stumps are just bugged out. Or just being difficult to be difficult. Like, we are making progress, but it is slow work. And we have gone through a half a tank of fuel on our biggest tractor, which means that is a boatload of fuel. And we've probably burned through $500 in fuel just trying to get this stuff done. And again, it's a beautification thing, right? Like, it's not something that I have to do, but it's something I want to do. I want to make my farm look really, really nice. And I think getting this hill cleaned up and actually, like, resurfaced with grass instead of bushes and nastiness, I think would go a long ways towards making our farm look really, really nice. Especially from our house. You know? I like to make my farms look good. But, boy, this thing's just... It's hating me the entire way. It is just being very hateful. Very, very hateful for no reason. Like, we have hit this thing from every conceivable angle, and I can't get it to actually grind the stump. Like, it just refuses. It just will not do it. will not do it. But we'll go back to doing this little section for now. Cleaning up what we can. Also sucks that this thing has such a small working width. Like, we're doing what we want to do. Like, we are slowly making progress on transforming the front of this hill into something that looks halfway presentable. But there's so many little things that just drive you crazy about it, because small working width, not getting rid of all the stumps that you want to get rid of, and the fact that it's also extremely slow because we're on the side of a hill, so every time we go uphill it takes forever to do anything, despite having plenty of horsepower. You can see it just struggles going uphill. And then, of course, there is going to be the little spots that are in the map. There's nothing I can do about that. Like, these stumps like this, like, they're just part of the map. I don't think you can grind them down even if you wanted to. See what I mean? Those are like painted on parts of the map. They're permanent. Oh God, I hit the wrong button. But it's probably a good thing to go ahead and go in. I'm sorry to hear that. Christina, I'm sorry to hear that. But how big of a dog do you have to have a basketball-sized mass? Lord have mercy. But sorry to hear that. I think if we just keep reversing to the top, that's probably the quickest way to do this. I think we found a better way to do it, chat, in terms of like cleaning up all the brush and stuff. If I just turn it off and reverse, I can reverse up the hill faster. And then we just use gravity to help us go down the hill. Seems to be a little quicker. He's an 11-year-old blue-nosed American Bulldog, 70 pounds. That's even more sad because I actually have a blue nose pit at home too. Mine's not quite that big. Mine's much smaller because he's like mixed with a bird dog. His mother was a full-blooded pit. His father was like a bird dog that was running around. It was my neighbor's dog. And I say neighbor, it's a friend of the family's dog. And Mom ended up going up and getting the runt. So we got the runt of the litter. And that's where Patch came from. I still remember how sad he was when we brought him home. He was so sad. Little sad little puppers. Turned out to be my little buddy though. This definitely turned out to be a faster way of doing it. I should have been doing this from the get-go. Just start at the top and let gravity force us down. Doesn't mean it'll work for all the stumps. I'm just saying, like, for what we're doing right now, which is trying to clear the hillside, seems to be working pretty well. Slowly making progress. It also seems to grind up the stones, which is surprising. Like, all the little stones that we've had on the side of this hill, like, this is going to end up looking really, really good. Like, judging by how it looks right now, I'm pretty happy with how it's going to end up looking. Because I wasn't sure. But I need to get rid of the stumps. It doesn't seem to want to do it. I thought maybe if I trick it by going somewhere else, maybe it would have a chance, but no, it doesn't seem to be the case. I was like, maybe if I just leave it alone for a second, it'll figure itself out, but not seeming to be the case. But if we go back up to the top of the hill here, just to kind of give you guys an idea of where we're at versus where we were, let's take a look in the construction menu real quick. And we can see from the top of the hill. So again, I know it looks like crap, right? But considering this is like what we started with all this crap up here, right? Like it looks like this. And now we're starting to get it to look like this. Like you can see my idea coming to fruition. It will look nice eventually. I just got to get through all this crap, man. And it is annoying as crap, but I think we got a better way of doing it now, so I think it'll be a little bit quicker from here. At least for the part where we're trying to mulch up the ground and kind of get an even texture for planting grass and making it look nice. It's going to be way nicer. Again, it's not ideal. But if we can kind of start to make an area where we go downhill. Pull it around to the front. Found another tree stump. But this should start to show you guys kind of what I'm looking for in terms of the overall look of the place. Like, we ain't out here trying to wild the place, right? Like, we're trying to unwild the place. We're trying to domesticate the place. Make it look somewhat presentable. And then we got that section, so then we go back to the top and do the next section. It's like 2.5 meters at a time. What up, Uncle Breda? You'd rather watch rice grow than tree stumps kicking his butt? Hey, I'm trying, man. I really am. Like, I know this is probably something I probably ought to put off stream. Like, I'm sure you guys probably aren't enjoying it as much. But, I don't know. I just... It's got to get done at some point. We've put it off up to this point. We've now got the equipment to potentially make it work. So, I'm just trying to make it happen, you know? Is it ideal? No. Does it need done? Yes. Will it look nice eventually? Absolutely. And you guys get to see all the work that goes into making it look nice, which is what makes the actual, like, end product that much nicer, right? Like, when you guys know where it started versus where it is now, or, like, when we finish, like, it's gonna look so much nicer. And you guys will know that I didn't cheat. You guys saw it. You guys got to see me do everything. Alright, back up to the top of the hill we go. You prefer the banter tonight? Or you prefer the banter that we normally have? I mean, I'm sorry, but I've just been kind of like trying to get everything done. I apologize. I do apologize that I haven't been like kind of chit-chatting back and forth as much. I mean, we did at the beginning, but like, I don't know, this is just one of those things that's kind of hard to really do much banter about. I've got to pay attention to what I'm doing because I only have a 2 meter working width or whatever. Promise I'm not trying to be boring. I do have a big booty though. It is confirmed. You're watching the opposite of a NASCAR race, essentially. If you're into that sort of thing. Like, instead of just going round and round left for 500 miles, we're going to go round and round to the right for 500 miles. Come on, tractor, push. But I've worked hard for that booty, too. Alright? It ain't easy. You guys know, I work hard for everything. I push my butt to the max. Literally. I just think that this will be, now that we have the equipment to do it, I just feel like this is a good time to sit here, chit chat, and get a lot of this beautification done. All this busy work that we've needed to get done for a long time, and we didn't have the equipment to be able to do it. I work hard for my money, so hard for my money. That's an old reference. It's right up my alley, too. It ain't easy being cheesy, but it sure tastes good. That reminds me of that line from Randy Couture when he was talking about it ain't easy being green. Talking about his cauliflower ears. Crazy thing is when we're going to have to go fill up the fuel tank just from trying to mulch up the entire hillside. And this would be one of those jobs where I'd be like, hey, anybody want to come in and help? But we don't have the equipment to do it. Have I ever listened to Smooth from Santana? I'm pretty sure that we literally sang that the other day, didn't we? Wasn't I the one that, like, Jess sent me a freaking link to a video or a song or something that she was listening to, jamming out to, and I responded to her with the song from Santana because I was like, dude, I'm pretty confident that that is, like, the sound of the song that she was listening to came from Santana. Like, it literally sounds identical. And then she came into the stream and was talking about it. Because she said that that was one of the songs she really enjoys listening to. Because her dad used to listen to it, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm thinking of a different song, but I'm pretty confident that was something like that. I forgot about it. But I didn't sing it on stream. Well, that's because I don't really know the lyrics to the song. Like, if I know the lyrics, I'll sing the songs, but I don't really know the lyrics. Like, believe it or not, just because I know a song from Santana doesn't mean I know the lyrics. Santana isn't really something I listen a whole lot to. It's just, when I heard that song, that was the first thing that popped into my head. Because it sounded just like it. Go up the hill, you little turd wobble. Crazy thing is essentially what we're doing is making one giant field here, because I think this counts as cultivating when you're using this forestry mulcher, which is why the ground is changing textures and looking like a field all of a sudden. I work hard for my money, so hard for my money. Alright, let's just do this part. Oh, beautiful for spacious skies. Hey, it's technically after Thanksgiving. You guys are lucky I ain't been sitting here singing Christmas carols all night. Spartan doesn't even know who Selena is. I've seen the movie. Why does this suddenly just start sliding down the hill? That was a movie when I was a kid, man. My cousins and my sister used to watch that movie all the time. If you want my body and you think I'm sexy. Yeah, I know. Believe it or not, I have heard it. Like I said, you guys be surprised how many different songs, different genres I listen to. I have a wide variety of songs. I just like music in general. I don't get into a whole lot of modern music, but I do like music in general, so it's one of those things that I've probably heard most songs that you're gonna bring up. Most. Not all, but most. Guys, I think progress is starting to be made. Believe it or not, I think progress is starting to be made. This is an ambitious project, but it's going to pay off. It's going to be amazing looking. Gangnam Style? It's not really a song. More of a dance. Yes, I know what it is. You spelled it wrong. Pretty sure it's G-A-N. Gangnam Style. It is K-pop. Spartan knows K-pop too? I'm telling you. Y'all don't need to underestimate my knowledge of singing songs. I love songs. It is a thing. I love music. Y'all be underestimating me. tell you not to do that, but you do. Kiss your booty? Don't threaten me with a good time. Then again, I don't know how much booty there is there to kiss. Because I've been doing squats. And deadlifts. And hamstrings. And quads. And lunges. And RDLs. And every other conceivable lower body exercise that you can think of. All of them. Wait for it. Oh, that was the wrong button. Whoopsie. Fighting words? Girl, you already know that ain't happening. Like, what are you gonna fight me? Let's be real right now. Like, there's a couple of things you ain't ever gonna beat me. A fight. Okay? That's one of them. Anything booty related, I got you beat. Right? Like, I'll fight that. Like, I'm pretty confident in my booty. Right? Then, anything from like exercise standpoint, I like my odds. Okay? I like my odds anytime we get into the gym. I think I got you beat. Oh, and singing, it ain't even close. Like, that ain't even fair. For her. It's like all the people that were, like, bringing up Aaron and me and freaking PG in a singing contest. I'm like, that ain't even fair. Like, first of all, Aaron doesn't sing. Second of all, PG does sing, but only like a little bit here and there. He doesn't actually try to sing. He just kind of like hums along to a song. And I may not be a good singer, but I'm pretty confident I can win that. You need to plan a trip this summer? Oh, so you're going to come up here to Ohio and go to work out with me in the gym and we record it and show the world? Is that what you're going to do? Bring it on. Bring it on, sunshine. Bring your little butt up to Ohio. We'll go to the gym. And I'll prove to the world that I ain't all sunshine and rainbows. When I get into the gym, I go hard. Bring it on, Jelly Bean. That's your new nickname. I'll call you Jelly Bean from now on. I can't believe how much we've already transformed. I know it was like, it's been slow progress, but look at the difference between the side of this hill from where we started. We still got a long ways to go, but just look at the difference. If we go back into the construction menu, look at the difference. Look how much room we've done. Like, look at this. This looks amazing. Yeah, there's a couple stumps that we haven't been able to get rid of, but for the moment, like, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Feeling pretty good. Like I said, this thing way better than the other version of this thing. Like the stump cutter or whatever you want to call it. Now, if only we could get rid of all the stumps. If they would all just, like, work with me instead of against me. Because I would love to get rid of them all. That one finally went away. See, why can't they all just play nice? If they all play nice, this would go quickly. If they just all played nice, this would go so quick. Look at that. Ugh. Only. If only they all did that. Where you just, whoop, and they all gone. I cannot believe we have 73 people in chat right now watching me transform this hillside from the forestry mess, bush bullcrap that it started into something beautiful. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I appreciate you guys. You're calling me Pop-Tart? Alright. I don't mind being called a Pop-Tart. Pop-Tarts are delicious. Terrible for you, but delicious. So high in calorie. No real nutrition there. But they taste amazing. Now the real question is, do you actually toast your Pop-Tarts? Or do you just eat them straight out the foil like I do a lot of times? Because, let's be honest, who has time to toast a Pop-Tart? Like, when I'm hungry and I'm looking at a Pop-Tart, I just open the foil and eat that thing cold. I ain't scared, right? Like, I just straight up eat that stuff cold. I know I ain't the only one. Reverse back up the hill and do it again. Oh, look, another stump. Rum. Goodbye. No stumps for you. And again, some of these stumps, the ones that are green like this, you can't do anything with. They won't go away. These are part of the map. Like, I wish you could get rid of them. But unfortunately, that is not the case. Unfortunately, that is not the case. So any of the green stumps that you see are just part of the map. So those will always be there. But everything else should be capable of being yeeted into oblivion, in theory. See, why don't they all just play nicely like that? That's all they had to do. Just play nicely. Just get yeeted. I don't ask a lot. If all the stumps just played nicely, we'd be done with this in no time. Come on, get around the stump. Thank you. Thank you. You don't think you've ever bothered warming your Pop-Tarts? That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the point? You don't need to. Like, it's just sugar. Sugar and carbs. Like, there's no reason to heat it up. Sure, they taste good while they're heated up, but they taste just as good when they're not heated up. There's, like, literally zero reason to heat it up. Just means that you go longer without a Pop-Tart. Where's the fun in that? Trying to get as close to that as I can. Because when we go to redo this hillside, I want to be able to get as much sliding down over the hill. Come on, tractor, push. You can do it. Get up the hill. Beautiful. Pulling, you little turd. There it went. There it went. Slowly but surely, baby. Slowly but surely, we're making progress. Dude, I can't believe how much work we've done. Like, this is a lot of work, man. This is a lot of work. We've gone through 3/4 of a tank of fuel in our biggest tractor. Just to kind of reiterate just how much work we've put in. One thing that nobody will ever be able to say about me is that I don't persevere, right? Like I push, I will get through this stuff one way or another. I chose to do this. This was my project from the get-go. I knew it was going to be a lot of work. I didn't realize it was going to be quite this much work, but I knew it was going to be a lot of work. But the payoff after doing all this work is what I'm looking forward to, right? Like when we can look back and say, "Oh my God, look at them! Look at this place! Look at how much cooler and better it looks." Like I have a vision in my head of how I want the place to look, right? And I will do whatever it takes to make that vision a reality. One way or another. One way or another. I'm gonna find you. I'm gonna get you, get you, get you, get you. One way or another. Come on, please, just work with me, Stump. I don't ask a lot. I've left you alone for a little while. Please, just work with me and disappear into the ether. Tell you what, I'm gonna try something. Look how big this stump is, just for reference, you know. Just in case you didn't realize how big of a stump this actually is. What if we cut down in... See, it won't let me cut it any deeper than that. It looks to be about the gist of it right there. So if I cut this top piece off, is that what's stopping it? If I get rid of this chunk, will it then allow me to yeet the rest of the stump? I'm hoping it does. Can I not go into construction and click those stumps? No, you can't. They are part of the map, unfortunately. No, unfortunately you can't. Also, y'all are yeeting me, telling me that you need a... Try to hit it from a different angle. Now that we got that top piece off of it, and it actually did grind a little bit, will it grind more? The answer is no. No, it will not. Annoying as it may be, the answer is no, it will not. Maybe if we come in from the side. Since both of the other ways haven't worked. The answer is, of course, no. I'm at a loss, man. Some of these stumps are just either too big to grind, or the game just hates me. Like you can see, it's actively like getting little tiny pieces here and there. But it's so like finicky. Yeah, that's what I just did, Ivan. I literally cut it as low as it would allow me to. Um, it only lets you cut the green when it's green. When it was yellow, it won't let you cut it. But the thing is, like, it's cutting a little bit here and there, but it's not getting rid of the stump. It's like I gotta dance around the entire stump. I mean, I'll try, see if I can cut it any deeper. I don't think I can. Technically, I guess there's a little bit more there. We'll try her again. What up, Quake? How's it going? Cover them with dirt when you paint the land? Yeah. I mean, that is an option, but that's a lot. Terraforming is so expensive. Painting isn't so bad, but terraforming is expensive. Need a big excavator to dig it out? Yeah, that's how they do it in real life. Or burn it, or blow it up. There's a lot of ways to get rid of stumps in real life. Use a dozer to pull it out. Alright, Jess, appreciate you. Have a good night. I mean, that seems to have done something. We'll give her a shot again. Like I said, I'm nothing if not persistent. Well, that's more progress than we've made in a minute. I mean, it is lower. Slowly but surely. Maybe by this time next year we'll have this stump gone. So this piece right here should be free, and yet it's still not wanting to grind down. And I think that's what it... Okay, we actually ground that part down. Now can we get the stump? Please. Dude, it is just, it will not cut anymore. Like, it is just like, I refuse. Come on, man. I'm so close. Now I'm high centered on it. Again, you'd think it would just zip right out of existence, but it does not want to. It does not want to just refuses. It's got to be this side is the only thing holding it from being yeeted. It's got to be. Because this is the only side it seems to want to grind. Nah, I don't know. I'm moving on. We've been fighting that long enough. We've been fighting it long enough. I'm moving on. Get these bushes right here. Make this somewhat even. We'll back up to the top of the hill and keep going with our little downward pushes, I guess. Like we did quite a number on that stump, but it wouldn't go away. And then this one, I mean, we can try this one again, see if we can get it to go away. I don't think we can, but just thinking about it. Yep, I don't think so. Try to go over it from like the reverse side here. Prop me up beside the jukebox if I die. Lord, I wanna go to heaven, but I don't wanna go tonight. Fill my boots up with sand, put a stiff drink in my hand. Prop me up beside the jukebox if I die. Just let my headstone be a neon sign. Let it stand in memory of all of my good times. Fix me up with a mannequin, just remember, I like blondes. I'll be the life of the party, even when I'm dead and gone. Prop me up beside the jukebox if I die. Lord, I wanna go to heaven, but I don't wanna go tonight. Fill my boots up with sand, put a stiff drink in my hand, and brought me up beside the jukebox if I die. I think that's another piece of the map. I don't think that's actually something that can be moved. Get as close as that stump as we can get. Oh God. I'm sorry! What up, Lunero? How's it going? I play a little bit of everything, my dude. A little bit of everything. I'm glad you stopped by. Hopefully you're enjoying a little bit of something different. All right, back up to the top again. Slowly but surely. Let's go ahead and save again. I'd hate to have all my work that I've been doing go to waste because the game crashes or something. But yeah, see, I was creating a field here. I didn't really want to create a field, but that's kind of what happens when you do this. But look how much nicer this is going to look. Like, once we get all the riffraff cleaned up, this is going to be nice because we're gonna end up making this like a nice little pasture of grass. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be freaking beautiful, man. Can't wait. I can't wait. Problem is we're kind of going uphill here, but it'll be all right. It's not a very big section. Okay, I'm hitting a tree stump somewheres. Unless it's the branches in the ground. That's what it is. And there's that green piece. I think I'm stuck on a piece of wood now. Can't see, man. Can't see. There we go. That was kind of effective. Start driving through like a maniac. Bring it all the way down. Back up we go. Using rock, you'd put Ataloss Farm on the hill. Well, that could be kind of fun. If there was a way to do it like tastefully, where it looked halfway decent. Flip around and get this section from this side. Crazy part's when I'm going to end up having to switch controllers. I must have it raised. Yep, had it raised. Turns out, this thing doesn't like to climb over top of trees while doing work. Who'd have thunk it? Who would have thunk it indeed? What up, Just the Music? How's it going? Oh, man. Ain't gonna lie, I'm starting to get tired myself. A lot of work, man. Gotta strip it all down just to make it look decent. Alright. I guess there's a little bit right here that I could smack out real quick. Just gotta get the right angle, I guess. Guess you just gotta get the right angle. back to the long bombs. What up, Pete? Welcome to the stream as well. Appreciate everybody dropping in. I hope you guys had a great Thanksgiving and good Black Friday. There we go. Got that little chunk. This is kind of like the equivalent of trying to like flatten an area in Minecraft, essentially. What this reminds me of. Reminds me of the old days trying to like flatten an entire like hillside to build your base or whatever. But that's kind of the idea. Like, by the time I'm done with this, there's no other person that's gonna have this area looking the way that I do, right? Like, it's not a thing. It's not like somebody can just walk in and do the same thing. Like, they were gonna have to put in a lot of work to do the same sort of deal. So our farm is gonna be unique, or at least our farmhouse area is gonna be unique in that sense. God darn it. I keep hitting the wrong button. I mean, it's not a bad thing to save, but... There it goes. Get back up the hill here. Pretty sure that's just like part of the map. I don't think anybody else has put this much work into a farm sim like area ever. Like I'd be willing to put, at least on Farm Sim 25. I don't think anybody's done this at this point. Now, once you get mods and all that stuff where people can do things a little bit quicker, that'd be a different story, but I don't think anybody's actually put in this much effort to try to make things look the way they want. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's somebody out there that builds up their farm sim places similarly, where they're willing to clear an entire forest and deal with all the stumps and everything for the longest time, and then finally go in and clean up the stumps and all the brush. I've never seen anybody else put this much in. Let's clean up that little spot around that log. One way or another, we're getting this through. Gonna have to get fuel soon. Starting to flash. I know, guys, I know. I gotta get fuel. But I appreciate you guys yelling at me in the chat. I'm sorry that I'm not reading chat as much as I probably should be. But I am just trying to get this done as much as possible here. I'm not trying to like pussyfoot around. I don't want you guys to be here for 6 streams seeing the same thing. Why doesn't it just delete that piece? Did it finally delete it? Alright. Let's go get some fuel. What up, Milk Mule? Appreciate you dropping in as well. I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. I know. Like I said, there's only so much. I can't really make it any more entertaining. It's more of a just busy work sort of deal. So there's not a whole lot I can do about it other than just buckle in and try to get it done as quickly as possible. So I've kind of gotten a little bit quiet on you guys, and I do apologize for that. Some of you guys probably enjoy the fact that I got a little bit quieter. But just enjoying trying to get things done, you know. It's something that we've needed done for a long time. I wonder how much this is going to cost. This is a big old tractor, man. We went through a lot of fuel. I bet this is $1,000 in fuel. What up, Norska? Pete, Per Michaels, good to see you. Again, I apologize to everybody who's in chat that I haven't had a chance to shout out. I do try to shout everybody out, and I do appreciate everybody dropping in. And oh my God, it was $911. Somebody call 911. Oh Jesus, I forgot. This thing is extremely heavy. Like this grinder is really heavy. Like, this is not a small tractor, and it is throwing this tractor all over the place. I kind of wonder if it wouldn't do better on like those big stumps. Like if we put the grinder on the back. What do you guys think? Think we should try doing that? Like when we're doing our strippy strips, I think it'll be fine, but like I'm wondering if putting the grinder on the back might help with the bigger stumps. I mean, it couldn't hurt, right? We've done just about everything else we can possibly do for the darn things. So I guess it can't hurt. Also, I could have swore I already knocked this little chunk out like 3 times. Can you disappear now? Thank you. Alright, let's try it. Let's disconnect that. Let's put it on the back and see if we can't get rid of the big stumps. Maybe that's been the problem the whole time. Maybe I've just been overthinking things, having it on the front like a bush hog, or like a mower. Maybe it's going to do better back here on the back. Certainly doesn't seem to be the case. No matter which way I go. Alright, well, it was worth a shot. It was worth a shot. I prefer it to be on the front. A little bit easier to move with on the front. When I move, you move, yeah, just like that. When I move, you move, just like that. When I move, you move, just like that. All right. Is that? That must be one of them green stumps, isn't it? Must be. Yep, I think that's another fake stump. I think they overdid it with the fake stumps. They're ridiculous. Do we really need this many fake stumps? Somebody thought so. Whoopsie. Try to get this trailer moved real quick. Should be able to just hook up to it and back it out of the way. Get those bushes that are right there. Crashed into my sawmill. Dang it! Quit hitting the wrong button! Dude, my fingers are so sore. I'm not gonna lie. I'm gonna end up with blisters after this, man. It's a lot of holding the triggers and bumpers and stuff, man. I've been playing games a long time, but starting to wear out my index finger on my left hand. Like, I'm used to gaming, but good lord. And now we're fighting going uphill again. Let's turn it around and go the other way. How about that? How would you like those apples, huh? For every fake stump, I want a $100 refund on my land, right? You gotta admire my persistence, if nothing else. If that's the only thing that I have claim to, like, just admire my persistence. Because how many other farm sim people are doing this? Nobody. Nobody does. Like I said, I know there are people out there that do builds and stuff on farm sim, where they'll build up whatever, but I've never seen anybody put this much effort. Like they usually buy like a flat piece of ground that's relatively clean or already has a farm on it. They destroy what's there, and then they go from that. But to legitimately go through and do everything that we're doing is kind of crazy. I wouldn't expect people to put in this much effort. Like, this is nuts. This is borderline insanity. And that tree hasn't been cut. Oh my god, it actually works for getting rid of those like that. Oh my Lanta. I just found a new favorite thing for this. Oh, you are done, son. You are all done. I can just get it to grab the rest of these. There's still a stump there. Oh, brother. Like, I can't believe that we just figured that out. Now, this thing can actually get rid of all those annoying little bush trees, man. Without actually having to chop them down by hand. Just trying to outline the property here now. We still got a long ways to go, but the amount of work that we've already put in and gotten through, like, the rest of this won't take that long. See what I mean? That is a godsend. Just that alone is amazing. Because all of this brush that I haven't picked up, like I should be able to just drive over top of and slowly get rid of it. It may not work for all of it, but it's going to work for a lot of it. And that alone is going to save me so much time. Just getting rid of all the little brush trees that I refuse to have to deal with. Thank God. All those evil little brush trees. You know how many freaking trailer full of these freaking garbage ass brush trees I've had to carry out? Yo, Jacob, thank you for the $2 Australian. Yep, I'm still going, brother man. I'm still going. Reason I'm going after all these brush trees now is because I'm gonna have to deal with them one way or the other. And I can get them all roughly at the same time. Come on. Look at all this brush. Make it all disappear. We've had so much brush laying around for so long. And this thing just gets rid of... Oh my God! Christina, thank you for the $5 bomb with the 5 gifted as well. Come on now, go away. Go. One thing's for certain. We're definitely getting our money out of this rental. Come on now. Start deleting. Guess I gotta go up on the hill. Come on. Find the spot. Thank you. I think as heavy as this thing is, probably be better to have a weight. It's like each one of these little things has its own little freaking trigger. Climbing over the top of everything. It'd help if the stuff didn't clip into the ground too. That would help. I feel like half of it is just trying to get stuff to actually get. See, once you get it to actually grab it, it just yeets it. But trying to get it to do that is the hard part. Alright, I think that's most of it. Let's go up here and get these couple little chunks here. Oh, I'm just glad I ain't got to pick all this stuff up. Because remember, I've been picking all this stuff up the old-fashioned way. Each and every freaking one of these by hand. Absolute pain in the neck. All right, Thor, have a good night. Appreciate you dropping in. Also, have a good night, Christina. Appreciate you guys. think that's about all the brush. I know there's a couple chunks left, but I think that's the majority of it. Like I said, that just saved me so much time. Just right there. Having to pick all this freaking loose brush up. Now? Oh, wait. Break down into a gajillion pieces too. It's got to be as annoying as possible for as long as possible. That's its goal. You can manage to get lucky and hit it at the perfect angle. You can get rid of it on the first try. What up? It's Dan. How's it going? Good morning from Ohio. Appreciate you. Oh, goodness. Like, it's so steep that I can't even go up the hill. Go. See, all that other area that I've already done with the full mulching, Like, I had to pick all that brush up by hand. Here, I can kind of get rid of the brush. Then we can go through and do the rest. Alright. I think that is the majority of the loose brush. So now from here, we should be able to just go to the top, do our normal go from the top to the bottom strategy that seems to be pretty effective, in theory. Oh god, there's still some brush up here in there. Thought we got most of it. All right. Go around all these freaking fake stumps. Oh, brother. Have I said how much work this is yet? Boy, this is a lot of work. All right, Daniel. Appreciate you, my dude. Have a good night. Yeah, I'll probably be calling it shortly, too. I'll be honest. I'm trying so hard to get as much done as possible because I know I don't want to do this any other time. It's like, we started doing it, and I kind of want to get it done because as soon as I leave this stream and then come back the next time, I know that the last thing I'm going to want to do is even look at a stump grinder to try to do this. I'm just trying to get as much done as I can. It's one of those things where if I even so much as see another stump, I'll probably lose my friggin' mind. See if we can get rid of this stump here. There we go. If Forrest Gump's jumped on a stump, how many pumps would it take Forrest to jump the stumps in the... What the mother... That is way too much riddling for my brain at this point. So many fake stumps. He'd almost be forgiven for thinking that this was starting to become a yard. Mama told me when I was young, you sat beside me, my only son, and listen closely to what I say. If you do this, it'll help you some sunny day. I be a simple kind of man. Be something you love and understand. Maybe be a simple kind of man. But won't you do this for me, son, if you can? Take your time. Don't live too fast. Troubles will come and they will pass. And you can do this, oh baby, if you try. All that I want for you, my son, is to be satisfied and be a simple kind of man. Be something love and understand. Maybe be a simple kind of man. Won't you do this for me, son, if you can? What up, Mr. Video Gamer? You're doing fine, my dude. I'm doing fine. I have, put in work. Oh, God. I hit the wrong button again. I have been putting in work, brother. We did our final soybean harvest before we switch over to cotton production. And then we decided, because we had some money from selling our previous year's soybeans, that we go ahead and upgrade the engine in our bigger tractor, and that allowed us to go ahead and start down the path of finally getting rid of all the stumps and dealing with this mess. And here we are. We've made a heck of a lot of an improvement for sure. It hasn't been quick, it hasn't been easy, but slowly but surely we're getting there. You know you've done a lot when the game starts struggling to delete textures. And we have done a lot. I'll do a quick recap for those of you joining us in a moment, when we look at the construction menu to show you guys just how much we've gotten done over the past couple of hours. And make no mistake, it has been a couple of hours of doing this. But again, kind of a spur of the moment decision leading to me just buckling in and getting stuff done. Like, this is something that we've needed to get done for so long. We haven't had the equipment, we haven't had the want to do it, and now we're finally doing it, so might as well get it done now, and then I ain't ever got to do it again. Because like I said, once I finish with this, I can almost guarantee that I will never want to look at another stump grinder in my life. We're almost done. We have done a lot of work. A lot of work. I mean, we still got a long ways to go, but when you see how much we've actually done, it's pretty crazy. Considering we're doing like 2 meters at a time. let's go ahead and save real quick if it will, I guess. I guess we don't need to. Construction menu. Yeah, so look at this freaking property, man. Other than the stumps that we can't get rid of, all these fake pieces, these are all like parts of the map. I can't do anything about that, unfortunately. There's a couple bigger stumps down here that we couldn't get rid of that are just not cooperating with the stump grinder, like these really big ones. But look how much work we've put in, man. That is a lot of work. We're almost done. We're almost done. I will eventually try to get all this over here as well. Might as well, right? Doesn't hurt anything. But the main thing for me was to try to get this area right, just the immediate area in front of the house cleaned up. Like these little bushes down here on the edge, I'm not that worried about. I will clean this area up right next to the house here, and then I would like to get this area cleaned up as best we can, just to try to get as much done as we can. But we have made a lot of progress when it comes to the stump removal business. What up, Robbie? Appreciate you dropping in. Yeah, we need to save. That's what I was saying. Like, nope, that was almost the wrong button. I hit the quit button. The moment you almost screwed up and pressed quit after doing a bunch of work without saving. Talk about sadness. Right, let's try to get rid of this stump if we can. Ouch. cooperate with me. Don't ask a lot, man. Clearly, it does not want to cooperate. Well, we'll get what we can. And we'll have to grab it from a different angle, I guess. Well, enjoy your lunch break, Mr. Milk. Appreciate you dropping in. But yeah, for me it was going to be really important. Like I wanted an area that nobody else would be working, right? Like I wanted to do a farm, a house on a spot of the map that nobody else would likely want to build on, right? That was my goal, and I think we've accomplished that. This is the part that's going to be a pain in the neck with all those freaking steep bits where we're going to keep getting stuck. See what I mean about it? Like, sometimes it just does not want to grab the rest of it. Wonder if we can hit it from the bottom now that we've kind of shaved off the top of it. There we go. Knew we could get her. I knew we'd get her. Get out of the way, sign. You slowed me down. Do us any good to cut corners now, right? We got too much time invested in this. Doesn't make any sense to cut corners now. There we go. Oh, brother. Press Y and H. I'm on Xbox Series X, my dude. I don't know what that would do on Xbox. We don't have an H. I don't plan on doing all this right away. I'm just going along the boundary of our property here. Just to kind of give you guys an idea how big this is going to end up being in terms of how nice it'll be. I don't want to get too close to the field because I feel like that's going to mess our field up. But basically, we're going to bring all this all the way down inside our silo over here. At some point. Maybe not today, but that is the thought process behind it all. Hey, look, our original stump. The original tree that we cut down, the very first tree. Right there. Yeah, once Tree Be Gone becomes a thing, I will definitely be getting it. Don't you worry. That is absolutely something I am looking forward to, because that is my bread and butter. Give me some Tree Be Gone and I'll be a happy mother trucker. So it's going to save again, and then we'll pull up the construction menu, and I'll show you guys the outline of the property now. So as you can see, like we've done the majority of the work, right? Like that's all we got left. It looks like a lot, but compared to what we've already done, it's nothing. Like it really isn't. It's just filling in the blanks, right? And a lot of this isn't even in an area that's like hard to get to, and we won't have to dodge little tiny bullcrap like fake stumps. Like this area right here took the longest because of how many like fake stumps there were and all that. Part of me wants to go ahead and just knock the whole thing out now. And the other part of me is like, I don't know if I want to stay up that long. So I'm kind of conflicted. What do you guys think? You guys think I just knock it out now and be done with it? I definitely want to get this area with the rocks and stuff right next to the house cleaned up. This would be one of those live streams that would have been so good to take in time lapse, like all this work that we did. Download the stream, time lapse it, and say I just undertook like the craziest project ever. It also took us a while to figure out what our rhythm was going to be for this as well. Of course, there had to be one more fake stump, didn't there? Just had to be one more fake stump. It's in the rule book. I had to have one more. God forbid we have no more fake stumps in this lot. Yeah, finish it. You'll never want to do this again. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I stopped right now, if I were to stop, I guarantee this never gets finished. Because I will never want to sit down and do this ever again. Trying to get it to get close to that stump, and it just doesn't seem to want to do it to me. Doesn't seem to want to give it to me. There we go. Now we got her. You would get her. you shut off the implement, you can reverse a little bit quicker, and then you just kind of get it to the top. Start her up. Do it all over again. Right up against the tree as best I can. Right up against Daisy's house. I don't mind having a little bit of grass around that tree. I would like to get as close to it as I can. It would help if I could see through the freaking leaves. One thing you can't have is whatever that is. Go away. Oh, beautiful. Yeah, it's like when you start decorating and you end up all night. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's literally what this is. But the reason I'm doing it is simple. Like, I just know that once I stop, I won't want to ever do this again. So I'm like, if I stop now, it'll never get finished. So, trying to just keep myself moving. I find it funny that this actually turns into a ripper. Like, I know what it's meant for, but it's funny to me that it actually does turn into an actual ripper if you sink the teeth into the ground. Honestly, this has been one of the most popular streams so far, which is kind of crazy because for the majority of this stream, I have just been sitting here doing this. But it seems to be something you guys are enjoying, so I'm glad. I know it's been kind of quiet and a lot of me just trying to focus on what I'm doing so that I get it done relatively quickly. And I say relatively quickly. We've been doing this for hours. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me. We are only 5 likes away from 100, by the way, so if you guys could slap that like button for me for all the perseverance to finish what we started here today. You're actually just gobsmacked that this is a thing, right? Like, we're gonna make this happen, like one way or another. But I'm glad you're enjoying. The fact that you can terraform pretty much everything in this game. Like, if you put your mind to it, you can make it work. It may take a while, but my God, we're gonna put our mind to it. We're gonna do it. Let's try to pull ourselves up onto the stump here. Beautiful. Oh, I love when the stumps actually cooperate. Makes things so much nicer. Currently harvesting corn and soybeans in FS25. Nice. With your John Deere T560. Very nice. Like I said, up to this point, this has got to be the most ambitious project anybody has ever undertaken in Farm Sim 25. Now, I know, game just came out not that long ago, but when you look back at episode 1, where we started, and where we are currently, with clearing this hill completely, like, it started with an idea, and that idea has just turned into an absolute nightmare, but we are doing it. When I set my mind to doing something, I want to do it. May not get done immediately. May take time, but by God, it's going to get done. And thank you guys for hitting 100 likes. You guys are awesome, man. Appreciate you. Like I said, it's easier to just start from the top of the hill and go downhill than it is to start at the bottom and come back up, too. At least timing-wise. Seems to be quicker to just reverse to the top of the hill and then use gravity to bring you back down. Wrong button. What up, Tara? Good morning. Appreciate you dropping in as well. Hope you have a great start to your weekend. This is like the worst part of the entire hill. Oh god. Apparently there's a tree somewhere here. Shocker. Alright. I guess we'll have to turn on the old whatchamacallit before we go into that. Holy. We've used another half a tank of fuel. Like, we have gone almost through 2 full tanks of fuel in this thing while doing this. Also, it is officially 3:35 in the afternoon in the game, and we've been doing this in real time, meaning that since we started the October harvest, we have passed 5 hours in game. Now, obviously, some of that was the harvest itself, but the majority of it has been this. But as we close another section off, that's one more section down, right? Like, we're getting real close to finishing this section off. Morning, Anthony. Appreciate you dropping in as well. Hope you're having a good start to your morning. Did I seriously forget to put the freaking thing down? Oh, brother. It does tend to work better if you put it down on the ground. Pro tip from me to you. All right. Another section down. Slowly but surely. Let's go ahead and save real quick. Slowly but surely. It's kind of weirdly engrossing. I know! That's the thing. Like, this has been one of my most popular, most viewed farm sim streams I've ever done. Like, we've had 60 plus people the entire time that I've been sitting here like a crazy person, like, just grinding out the craziest, like, weirdest thing. My fingers are numb from holding onto the buttons. Like, it's crazy. But for some reason, I can't stop, and you guys seem to enjoy watching it, so we keep going. We just keep going. We might have a problem, chat. We might actually have a problem. Uh-oh, we missed the spot. Can't have that. Not allowed to miss spots around these parts. Uh-oh. We also got trees in our freaking wheels. There we go. No more tree in my wheels. Could just be the awkward angle. It's the angle of the dangle. Come on now. You will do what I want you to do. Now push. Like, it's to that point where we're actually starting to use lights now. Let's pick up this little corner that we kind of goobered. Like, if this shows you anything about this game, it's that you can basically do whatever you want, right? Like, you can spend all the time you want farming, you can raise livestock, you can do all the stuff that you ever wanted to do in this game. Or, you can go out of your way and try to make, like, the craziest, like, homestead you've ever seen in Farm Sim. Or you can do all of it. You can farm, you can do the homesteading, you can do all of it. That's what we're doing. Doing a little bit of everything. And I think that's the most fun part of this game, is just being able to pick it up and do basically whatever you want. That was almost a disaster. Almost messed up my edge. Can't have that. Gotta keep your edge, folks. Alright, devil tree, be gone. It's only slightly disconcerting that we're hanging over the edge of a cliff. Yeah, your OCD was kicking in? Yep, I believe it. I believe it. Games like this trigger my OCD, and I don't even have OCD. Good Lord, that's a drop. Dude, that would be terrifying to actually try to do that in a tractor. Even a tractor this size, that would legitimately be terrifying. I don't know what happened to that piece of wood. There was a piece of wood there. Okay, there it is. Did we get it? I don't think I did. Oh well. Go forward! Also, we've managed to, like, wear out our tractor. Unless it's the implement, but it could be both. The implement's rented, so I ain't worried about repairing it, but the tractor being worn out already after we just spent 16 grand fixing it. Kind of disconcerting. Chew through that brush. Get her done, baby. We're so close. See if we can get rid of this stump. Can't get rid of it from this corner. Maybe if we come around this way. Alright, well, I guess that's not going to happen anytime soon, so we'll drop that down and get back to mulching around it so we can at least see what we're doing, because I can't see very well. I'm just glad I don't have to pick up all those little trees anymore. Lord have mercy, dude. That's so annoying to have to pick up all that stuff. Come on. Now play nice with me, please. Something tells me it ain't gonna play nice. Just a hunch. Just a hunch. Hey, there it went. See, you just gotta hit it from the right angle sometimes. Just gotta hit it from the right angle sometimes. Where's that other stump? Ow. Seriously? Oh, there's a stump right there. Was a stump right there. There's the stump. I see you. You can't hide from me forever. Get over here. Yeah. That wasn't all gone, but it's getting there. There we go. Ah, I love it when a plan comes together. It's a beautiful thing. Absolutely beautiful thing. Alright, while we're here, might as well try to get rid of this stumpy stump. Beautiful. Alright, well, let's go back up here to the top of the hill and keep on a-trucking. Yeah, Morbid, we putting in the time, brother, man. We out here trying to get all this crap cleaned up finally. I mean, this is, I think, stream number 12 or something at this point. And this has been a project that's been ongoing since day one. Oh, there's another stump. Yo, Morbid coming in dropping a $20 bomb on the chat. Thank you so much, my dude. Let's get to the top of the hill. Oh, we're almost done, chat. I know it sounds crazy. It seems like I've said that about a gajillion times at this point, but seriously, we are almost done. See nothing. There's another stump in there. There we go. I think we got it that time. Go ahead and save again. Dude, for every like 20 minutes of work, I'm just like, I better save again. Just in case. Because I would cry. Look how much we've done, man. Like, we're so close. We're so freaking close. Get this section done, and then we've got this section over here. So close. I know one thing. I'll be so happy when it's done. I'll be so happy when it's done. All right, Morbid, appreciate you dropping in, man. You have a good night. And thank you again. Oh, oh, oh. We got 2 passes left, 2 passes right here. Maybe 3. Does get a little bit wider here in the middle. A little bit of an awkward spot, because it dips down and then goes right back up to the other side. Alright, save the game again real quick. That's the entire back section of the house done. Now we just got to do that left side. Let's show it real quick. It's all done! Look at it! Look at it! It's all done! We may end up redoing this at some point. I'm not going to do it tonight, but I want to get this edge over here set up. Let's go ahead and move our equipment out the way real quick. We can pull it down onto the field, because we don't need the field at the moment. That'll get everything out of our way. Doesn't take us very long to move everything, that's for sure. After what we've been doing, it takes like no time at all to move this stuff. Would you please just stand up straight? Come on now. Sun's getting real low, big guy. Don't you dare fall over, you little turd. Stay up. You stay up, and you will like it. Let's grab our cultivator. So much equipment. Now to grab the giant roller, get it out the way, and then the rest will be history. Beautiful. All right. That is all of the hard parts over. The rest should be pretty straightforward and simple, in theory. In theory. Yo, Nick! Thank you for re-upping your membership, my dude. Appreciate you. Ground's a little bit awkward right here. Now, let's see what I can do about this. Probably not a whole heck of a lot. Yeah. Alright, well, in that case, see if we can't level. From here. Well. Well, that just kind of popped away, didn't it? Alright, so... Oh my god. Game is freaking out. Alright, so now if we take the soften tool, just kind of throw this in here a little bit. I know I've spent a lot of money here, but again, just trying to make it look presentable. And now I should be able to hit all of this. Out of a giant cliff in front of me. Still not perfect, and I am like floating on nothing right now, which is a little awkward. Hopefully I can at least get this section that's over here. I think the game still thinks there's a hill there. Look at it. They're like riding on top of stuff. All kinds of awkward. All sorts of awkward. Tried to fall asleep, but your body said not tonight. Should have softened it. I mean, I did soften it, but... the game is arguing with me right now. See, look, we're crashing into what used to be there, but isn't there anymore. And that's a shame, because like, I don't know why that exists right there. There's nothing been built there, but like we're literally flying right now. So this tells you exactly what the game thinks right here. Game has no idea what to do with itself right now. It does not realize that I have adjusted the ground at all. I'm wondering if I can't use the slope tool to start up here. So we want a slope 2 point. We'll put the slope 2 point down to here. And then we start this up here. Bring it down. And then soften. See if that helps. No, because it's still running into just nothing. Better than it was. But still very much an issue. I don't know why they put so many restricted places in the game, but it's definitely a problem. At least for those of us who like to build things, it's a problem. So maybe there'll be a mod sometime that gets rid of like restricted areas. Call it the Build Anywhere mod or something. What up, Trevor? Okay, so what you're saying is if I restart it might actually fix it. That would make sense. It's like the game gets glitched. Because, I mean, you saw how long it's taken me to get, like, basic adjustments. I've made a lot of changes during this stream in terms of, like, the texture of the surrounding area and all that stuff. So it wouldn't be surprising. Maybe restarting wouldn't be such a bad thing. Alright, let's move the tractor out of the way. We'll try that real quick. Just because we can. Go ahead, save, and then we'll quit out, and then we'll reload it and see what happens. And then I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Wonder if there's new mods yet. Nope, still the weight pack. Alright, well that loops back in. I'll be right back. Well that's interesting. Must have crashed. That's not a good sign. Thought I clicked to load it back in. Try that again, shall we? Appreciate it, Trevor. I mean, that makes sense. That would totally make sense. Because like I said, I mean, when you think about the fact that we've literally done that entire hillside during this stream, it makes a lot of sense that the game would be struggling a little bit. But man, I'm not kidding when I say my like fingers are actually numb from holding the key or holding the like controller. Like it's been kind of rough. Oh look, our house is back. All right, let's try this again, shall we? Let's see if this works. There we go. So yeah, that fixes it. All right, well that's good. I'm not worried about the green section. I'm more worried about the rock. I want the rock gone. No Dwayne the Rock Johnson around here, okay? Like I said, the green isn't the problem. The green can be painted over pretty easily. But the rock, I don't think does. You have to actually change the rock into something before it can be changed. Alright, what do you think? You think this is gonna get fixed now? Like if we actually tried these trees that didn't want to work before? Doesn't seem like it, does it? It might just be some of these stumps that just do not go away. Because we've hit these from about every angle possible and they still just persist. Alright, well, let's get back to the task at hand, which is finishing up this hill. My nose is getting itchy. Your tractor and your oh, ended up flying off the map. Uh-oh. That's not fun. Could be funny, but not fun if you end up losing your equipment. I guess you could always reset it. I know one thing, I will be glad to be done with this. This has been a heck of a project. Like, for reals. I'll be so happy to be done. think that's about as close to that pole as I'm gonna get. Alrighty. So let's try to cut this into another section here. I think it's time to go get some more fuel and repair this tractor. Seems to be struggling. It's all good, Trevor. Run into town, get some fuel, repair this tractor, and finish this job. Oh God! Trade! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Woo! That was close. That almost ended really badly. Alright, we going now. Dude, it is crazy how much this freaking implement weighs. There's $735 in fuel. Probably another $20,000 in repairs. Of course, some of that repair might not actually be the tractor. It might just be the implement, but we're not repairing the implement. Nope, it's $21,000 in repairs. That is crazy, dude. Alright. Get this thing back over to the farm. Finish this up. Alright, Stump, you were the first tree we ever cut down. Are you gonna participate, or are you gonna cooperate, or are you gonna be a pain in the butt? Seems like you're cooperating. Thank you. It is very relaxing. You're not wrong. So far on this playthrough, I think we've gotten, what, 70, 80 hours or something like that? Let me save real quick. It's been a minute. I think we've got somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 hours. Yeah, 75, 75.25. So 75 hours and 25 minutes so far. Slow but steady progress. A little bit each time. A little closer to the end. No, the game has not been outlawed. You're not wrong. But I've streamed almost all of it. Like, there's been a couple of hours here and there where I've tried to do things off screen, but for the most part, everything that I've done has been done on stream. Oopsie. Probably ought to lower the head there, dum-dum. How long you been doing this now? Still haven't figured that part out? Back up to the top again. I ain't gonna lie, that is low-key bugging me. Like, it shouldn't, because it doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things, but it's low-key bugging me. Like, I know that doing this right now means absolutely nothing. Can you go forward? Good lord. It's just the fact that it doesn't look like the rest of it. Alright. I can move on without freaking out now. Every time I was driving past that, it was driving me crazy. I had to fix it. Had to. I've put too much into this to, like, give up on that little stuff now. It doesn't make any sense to skip. What up, Dewan? Good to see you as well. Yeah. Farming Simulator is keeping the potatoes safe for the moment. Come on, dig in, you little turd. Push. Hey, was that so hard? All you gotta do is push. What did it do that for? It's the little things. It's the little things. All right. Another section done. Let's go ahead and save. Oh my Lanta, guys. Lord have mercy. All of this down here has been done. All that's left is this little section right here. That's it. That's all that's left. This little section right here. I might go in and do this too, but not real super concerned with that at the moment. Getting this done, I'll be happy. We're almost done, chat. Help. I've been working on this for so long. I won't know what to do with myself after I'm done with this. I mean, I rarely get in game chat, so there's that. I know there's a lot of people that go out there and say that I say some terrible things in game chat. Like, the worst thing that I say is that people are playing like idiots and deserve to lose. Like, that's usually what I say in game chat. I don't go out of my way to call out people. Like, what you see on live streams, like, that's me talking to the stream. I'm not in game chat when I say that stuff, so most of the time, if you end up in a game with me and you don't realize, like, I'm not going to be in chat, so Occasionally I am, but pretty rare. Guys, we're almost done. We're just a few more passes away. It has taken the entire month of October to get to this point, but we're almost done. Couple more passes. Couple more passes. Chat! We did it! It's done! Save! Look at this. It's all done! All of it! What an absolute pain in the neck that was. But it's done. Finally. Now, obviously, there's some stumps that I couldn't clear up, which is unfortunate. But most of the stumps are gone. Like, all but the like most stubborn stumps are gone. Like, I don't think there's any way for me to get rid of these gigantic mother truckers. All right, we'll give her one last giver. See if we can get rid of them. Because we've tried about every which way. Like, I'm trying to wiggle around the edges, trying to see if there's like one spot that's holding us up. It doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna work. I don't think it's gonna work. I've tried every which way to get this thing to get rid of these big old stumps. Now, we still got a long ways to go to get this place to the way that I want it to look. But we just did the hardest part of it. From here on out, it's just decoration, right? It's all about trying to get things put into different places, trying to make it look good. But this was the hard part. I would love to get rid of these big stumps, but if I can't, then it's no big deal, I guess. You can only do with what the game allows you to do. I don't know if you guys noticed that or not. It looked like there was two separate trees there. Little Daisy enjoying the dirt. Yeah, I don't think this is ever going to get out of here. I think we've got it cut down as about as much as it's going to get cut. Yeah, I don't think it's going to do anything. I don't think we can get these big stumps out. I think they're stuck. They're stuck for all eternity. Doomed to be an absolute pain in my ass. But on that bombshell, I think we're officially done. And if I ever have to look at another goddamn stump grinder again, it'll be too soon. Send this sucker back to whence it came. Go back to hell from whence you came. I'm so happy. Look how nice this is. I mean, yes, we still have a landmine or a minefield over here, but that's nothing I can do about this. There's literally nothing I can do. These are all fake, all like permanent structures. There's nothing I can do about that. But look how nice this hill is. Oh my goodness. Feels so good. I can drive all over the place and not have to worry about things. Look at this. Look, we're gonna go up in our house and look down over the valley here. Look at this. Oh, it looks so good. Look. Get on the roof. Get on the roof. Look around. Oh, no more bullshit. Looks so good, man. What up, Rubina? Appreciate you dropping in as well. Does Mr. Jingles ever do streams? I think he does streams, but I think it's, I don't know. I'll be honest, I haven't watched Mighty Jingles in a long time. Just being 100. Oh my god, it feels so good to be done with that though. I ain't gonna lie. Let's go forward. Oh, goodness gracious. There we go. Look at how nice it looks in the daytime. Like I said, there's nothing I can do about a lot of this stuff. Like, it's just, it's here, right? Like, there's nothing I can do about it. But let's feed Daisy. She deserves it. Her ball's still missing. Look how nice it looks down over the hill, man. You ain't got all the shrubs and junk all laying all over the place. And like I said, this will eventually get painted in and look nice, but right now I'm just enjoying the fact that it's not junky looking. Ugh. So much time and effort. Let's throw this in. We can take this with us. Throw it in our little thingamajig. I don't mind picking up one piece. Probably ought to check and see how much we have left in here. Boop. Alright, so we still have 6,000 liters in there. That's good. Got plenty of storage for the beams and the long planks. So we ain't got to worry about that. I probably should have took that thing over here and dealt with this mess too. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We'll eventually get to that. That's a tale for another day. Right now, November, we ain't got nothing to do, so we're going to keep going forward. There's a sprayer in here. And a tanker. That is the big tanker too, isn't it? So if we wanted to get into greenhouses or anything like that, now would be the opportunity. Because that's only 7,800. Like if we were to look... I think it's called a barrel. Okay, yeah, so that's this one. Oh, this is one we would want, though. This one is the modded version. I forgot about this. We have the Lizard water trailer that can hold all of the waters. So if we ever get into greenhouses, like what would it take to get into a greenhouse? Let's look. Because I haven't done a greenhouse on this game yet. Look at factories. We want to go to greenhouses. So $3,000 we can get one of these little tarpy deals. Obviously, putting it up here on the hill would be a no bueno. But like something down here. I can't tell where it begins and where it ends. This is a mushroom greenhouse. If we were to put that there, it's going to be floating. That wouldn't be ideal. What about putting it over this way? $36,000 for a greenhouse. Problem is that it's just going to be floating. That's the problem. Like we could do something like here. It says land's not owned by me. I own the land, dang it. Can't argue with me. There's just no real good place. That's what I'm saying. Like this bottom section right here, this field right here is like the perfect land to do greenhouses and stuff on. Like I know it's a field at the moment, but I kind of want to use this land at some point for greenhouses. Because look how many greenhouses you could put along here. Just greenhouse, 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 greenhouse. Or all solar panels. Or just storage for your machines and stuff. This little flat spot is like the perfect spot. But that's a tale for another time as well. We'll have to look at that some other point. Fences, lights, others, decorations. Lots of buildings. I do have a lot of mods on, so there's going to be a lot of like buildings and decoration stuff. Alright, one of the things that we could do, since we have this spot open, is to go ahead and paint in the front of the house. So, what I would end up doing is putting some concrete in here. Let's make it square. Does not look like concrete to me. That's why I like the gravel so much. Like, I feel like the gravel is just better looking. I hate that it won't let me put it up to the side of the road. So I don't really have a driveway. That kind of gets the point across, though. Like, you basically see the gist of it. Kind of want to look. There was some, like, okay, these are fences. We go to others. There's, like, little statues and whatnot in here, wasn't there? Or was that in the last, okay, decoration? What are these statues? There's boats. Scarecrow. Kind of like this statue. How big is this? It's not very big at all. What if we do something like this, rotate it around. Come on, game. Bear with me, baby. I got an idea. You just gotta work with me a little bit. Okay, maybe if I come from this side, will that work? Come from this side, maybe? There we go. Boop. It's kind of floating. It's kind of floating, but I kind of like it up there. There we go. Now, what kind of shrubbery do we got? Do we have any shrubs? Any sort of plants that we can throw in here? So, we've got water fountains and statues and pallet jacks and swing sets, swimming pool. There's a swimming pool? No, don't do that. There's a swimming pool? How big is that? Probably not a good idea to have here. If we were going to do that, I guess it would be back here on this corner. That would make the most sense, right? I mean, the most sense is if it was right here. There we go. I got us a swimming pool. I would like the shrubs, though. Like, there's got to be plants, right? Like, let me see what kind of... That's trees, plants. What kind of shrubs do we got here? Got any hedges? Something like this, maybe. Like, it's not showing me the item to place. Which leads me to believe it's a painted item. Yeah, it's not going to let me put it there. Okay, what about little trees then? Is there like a little tiny tree? Old oak? Oh god, no. That's way too big. Shagbark hickory? Nope. Like, do you have little trees? Like shrub, maybe shrubs. They don't really have little stuff, do they? Oh wait, that's a little closer. Little cherry tree. Just want like a little shrub, man. Why is that so hard? Like, I just want shrubbery. Like, why can't I have shrubs? Like, this is all well and good, but this is like, this is something like what I want, but it's not going to allow me to do it here because it's a painted thing. Like, I need a placeable. Placeable would let me. But I would have to put it all the way out here if I had to guess. Yeah, see? That's what I'm looking for. Something like that we could put around the outside edges of the house. But that ain't going to let me do that. Oh god. That was an oops. Alright, well, in that case, I keep going to the wrong thing. If we plant, or paint, got grass, forest ground, this is be meadow. These are decorational plants, but it doesn't tell you exactly what it is, does it? Like if I were to paint this right here, what does it look like? Okay, so it is literally just over top of the painted surface. So we would have to paint it green for grass. Oh god, I just cut into my field like a dum-dum. Gotta be careful. Gotta be careful, man. Oh, fill in the little gaps, you little turd. We'll have to redo some of this areas. I know I'm spending a lot of money too. It's a pain in the neck. Part of the beautification process though. Alright. Alright. Double check over here. I think it's just shadows. I think it is painted. Yeah, it is painted. Just shadows from where it's off different texture. Alright, and then in terms of grass, I'm painting grass onto the road. I gotta be a little bit more careful. Went with the shorter grass. I'm hoping that that doesn't grow too tall. We'll see. Just wish there was a way for me to, like... Is there a way to remove? Yeah, it's not going to let me do that. Well, crud. Alright, well, we've spent enough money. Now we've officially got grass on our hill. It's winter time, so it all turned brown, which is fine. But this should turn green when it gets, like, nicer outside. We got us a nice little swimming pool. Obviously, it's winter time, but we have it now. Daisy's got her dog box up here. We have officially got grass. Good girl, Daisy. Alright. Well, I think that's enough damage for me for this month. Let's go ahead and go forward into December. Level that out and farm it? No. The whole point of it was for me to, like, take and, like, turn this into my house, right? Like, we've got our house up here. We've got our nice yard now. Like, it's a thing. Like, this is what we wanted to do all along. There's also more stuff that we're going to end up doing with this, but for now, it's not a bad place to be. Let's see what's in the thing. Anything? It's a slurry spreader. This is an actual sprayer. Can do fertilizer and herbicide. But that's way outside my budget for the time being. Nah, you're all good, Anthony. Alright, Ivan. Appreciate you dropping in, man. Dude, it's 5 in the morning. Good lord. I mean, I've been going for 9 hours. There's a telehandler. This is actually a good deal, too. This is the one that has the PTO on the back. This is a decent little starter tractor if you can get it. Because it's a telehandler. It's got all the good potential things for it. But it also has like a PTO that you can do field work if you wanted. I mean, we're way past this point, but it's a good thing. But we're going to go into February. And that's where we're going to end, because this is where we're going to pick up in the next stream when we officially switch over to cotton. We will be officially switching over to cotton, because February is when we want to plant our cotton. You can see the frost is doing its thing. We got a little bit of snow on the roof, but going to be a long planting season, because we gotta plant all of our fields with cotton, and this is the only planter we got. So yep, it's gonna be a long day. Plus we gotta pull all of our stuff out of our field, but again, that'll all be in the next episode. Look how nice this hill looks now. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, man, it looks so good. Let me step away from the hill for a second and just kind of look. Look at it, man. Oh, it looks so good, man. No more bushes everywhere. No stumps all over the place. Freaking dead tree limbs all over the place. I think that is a perfect place to end off for the stream. Just one last time, take a look from inside Looking out over the valley. Look how nice the hills look now. Oh, it's such a pain in the butt, but it's so good once it's done. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. 9 hours is way too long of a stream. But we got everything we wanted to get done. I mean, just everywhere you look, it looks good, doesn't it? But thank you guys so much, and if you like what I'm doing, punch the like button, leave a comment below, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and as always, I will see you in the next